coming to you live here from Cool Lake, right in the middle of Kyrgyzstan here with another very, 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 very special edition of the PondCast, episode number 11. I am, of course, your host, Yaku of Nizaku. With me today is El Keva en Vivo, pero nunca hache colmena, Light _ VIP, as well as Pojirak, Sendjevic, Kitari, Neni Nikohodevka, Asher of the Bros, and once again doing production, but also with a very, very, very special piece here today, a special feature coming up later on. We have Podstepny Uwu, Kitore Dobjevish Uwu, Kuro of the Kuro, the 6-seat squad Senseki. There we go.
Beautiful. So I could piece together what Kuro was because of the Uwus. Wow. I'm curious, what did you introduce Asher as? What was Asher?
The ingester of sandwich, who I closed the tab. I don't remember what else I put in. The sandwich was the important part, and then there was something else afterwards. Who is nobody's bitch? That's what it was. The ingester of sandwich, who is nobody's bitch.
I can get behind that.
Beautiful, beautiful. But yes, we are here. We are back with another podcast. Is it becoming regular? We'll see. We'll see how regular we can get. As of course, the previous edition of the podcast, was pre-IEM. It was a different world, a different universe. We didn't know what was coming, both good and bad, and now we're mostly here. Mostly good. Now we're here. We're a couple of days later, a week or so later as well, and we have a lot to reflect on. A lot has happened. A lot has happened.
So much has happened that I forgot most of it.
Nothing unexpected. Zerg won the World Championship. Nothing to see here. Back to business as usual.
PM. It was a ZVZ quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals. It was
round of 8.
That's all we had.
All 8 Zergs.
I think there was some Zerg players who off-raced, but other than that,
Yeah, and then this morning ESL announced that they're cancelling Terran and Protoss. All tournaments will be only available to Zerg from now on, so everyone's going to have to work on their off races.
All is balanced in the world.
Yes.
Oh god, but I guess that kind of goes straight into our first topic as well, unless we wanted to touch on anything else. But IEM Katowice, of course, if you haven't watched it, if you're listening to this, you should probably watch it. There's been plenty of time ever since then.
There will be plenty of spoilers, so you have been warned.
Yeah, we're not holding back on any of the spoilers. And mate, the IEM Katowice was wild, and of course. Asher, we were lucky enough to actually be a part of it. At least day one, we were able to cast.
Yeah, we casted some really cool games. I'm really proud that we got to cast Coffee vs. Sound because that was bonkers. That was like one of the big moments of IEM Katowice, I think.
that was the moment. That's what everyone had.
Actually, though, it was such a huge upset. Like that was probably the biggest game of the round of 36.
100%. We got so lucky. I remember like so many of the other matches going through so quickly as well on the other streams, and no one was looking at Coffee versus Sound. Maybe that's a sign of things to come in this tournament. But no one was looking at Coffee and Sound, and then bam, it was crazy.
It was crazy.
It really was. I mean, this is, I think, a pretty exceptional IEM, and we're going to get into why a little bit later on when it comes to who actually ended up winning it. But I feel like right from day number 1, from the round of 36, we had a lot of upsets going down. Most notably to me, Cham. Everyone counted him out, but Cham didn't quite make it to the round of 24, but still had an amazing run, beating Scarlet, beating Hearthstem. Got very, very close to beating Ryung as well.
Yeah, definitely. This is almost where I wish we I wish we had like if you're our predictions like back to back or something. Because if you remember, we
I don't
all
even
had
remember my
predictions.
predictions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we,
My
we,
round
we
of
all
36
kind of
predictions went really well. I predicted all 4 of the people who would come out.
True. Yeah, all of them you did predict. I remember I was kind of hoping for I think it was Scarlet or Hearthstone. I think I assumed Hearthstone would beat Scarlet and then make it all the way through. But like even then, like for some of these results were really surprising.
I'm getting up the round of 36. I can't really remember all of the games.
I remember that I don't think any one of my heart picks made it through, so sad, but
Well, that's why it's the
but
heart,
fine,
you know,
it's hard,
it
it's
bleeds,
not as good as
Poppy.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's used
It
to
wants
by
what it
now.
wants.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, you know, it already started off with some pretty surprising results. I know that the round of 36 was really intense, and there were a lot of really strong players there. Scarlet kind of underperformed. I think a lot of people were hoping that she would make a decent run. But like, you know, for someone else to rise, she had to fall, and that was kind of like Cham's moment, and he took it. And I remember we were talking about it on the day, Asher. We were actually talking about Cham, and I think during the cast I was like, you know, Cham did 2-0 Hearthstone at Home Story Cup, and you're like, oh, is it possible? Is it gonna happen again? And then he popped off, mate.
Yeah, but I think it's important to note when you mentioned that Cham 2-0 Hearthstone at Home Story Cup, he did so in a very, very unorthodox way. Let's put it that way. He did it in such a way that I think he really got into Hearthstone's head and really took advantage of that in game number 2. But this time, I don't remember what happened actually. Now that I think about it, but I remember it being a bit more standard this time around when he went up against Hearthstone. I could be wrong.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second.
You're like, he cheesed my
Beomorph and
Captain out,
Steadfast stream.
Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, it was I think because I remember watching because I think we were on break at the time and I had it on my phone and I was looking and Cham he didn't play standard, but he never plays standard. And I would have assumed that Hearthstone would have picked up on that. But yeah, like Cham was able to
he played standard for relative to how he normally plays.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. He's like, oh, he's playing like Cham. Yeah. Oh god. So yeah. I remember him tweeting afterwards as well after the event. You know, like lamenting at the fact that he didn't make it out of the round of 36, but also really proud of how he did and how far he went. So yeah, he definitely has been kind of on the rise recently. On the rise.
Watch out, Special. I guess we'll get into that a little bit later on, much later on.
Special's got a bit more than Cham to watch out for now.
Oh my god! But is there anything else that Asher that stood out to you in the round of 36? You know, whether we casted it or whether it was on a different stream.
I know I predicted Classic to come out first, but it's still kind of surprising to see him 3-2 a laser.
Yeah,
and 2-0 Nightmare. I mean, Nightmare's PvP is pretty good.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I never had any faith in Classic.
Yeah.
We're aware.
I was like, no, mate, there's no way. There's no way he beats a laser. But he made it through in the end. So yeah, really exciting for Classic. I hope it means good things for him. Like overall, he did fairly well. But I know he's been really struggling to find a team. We're gonna be getting into roster switches and stuff like that later on. But yeah, Classic, especially after his performance in IEM Katowice. I hope that if he does decide to stick around and keep competing, I hope that he does kind of find himself a nice home.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I feel like Korean Protosses are a bit of a dying breed at the moment. There's really not that many at all. And yeah, it's always, as much as we joke about Protosses and Protoss in general, you still want a few to be around.
Yeah.
To remind
you'd miss them if they were gone.
Yeah. Because without them, we'd have to turn our ire on each other.
Exactly, it's what unifies us.
I mean, I don't have too much issue with turning my ire on Zerg players, but I don't know. It's like the James Bond thing, where if the James Bond villain didn't have James Bond, he wouldn't be whole
Yeah,
anymore.
they're a Joker.
Exactly. I don't know if I would go that far, but regardless, you... oh my god, for a healthy scene, it would be nice if he did get a little bit of support. I do hope that he finds a good place, and he did quite well here. This Cure, we anticipated Cure to do well. I don't think any one of us expected Spirit to pop off the way that he did. Not just here in the round of 36, but if I recall correctly, he did quite well in the next round as well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was
Yeah.
going to get out of the round of 36, but I didn't. I don't know. I mean, looking at his run, who's he beaten? He 2-0'd Haas. I wasn't expecting that. 2-0'd Coffee. I think it was more the fashion that he did it. I expected the results, but he looked. His TVT looks really good at the moment. I feel like he's got a pretty good grip on the new meta, especially with the Lipras.
100%. Like he was looking really, really on fire in his TVTs, like incorporating liberators and stuff like that. Like for him to go to the ace match against Cure, right? Like that, I feel like that's also surprising. He may have lost the series, but like he looked pretty damn good anyway. Like it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like the lib mineral harass in TVT is something that's quite new, or at least it's new to me. And he was probably the one that implemented it best out of anyone that I saw at IEM. So yeah, I feel like he's I don't know. It's kind of weird to see him, of all people, innovating in TVT, because he does tend to kind of like sit back and play pretty standard most of the time.
Well, this is an inventing standard.
I feel like Katowice in general kind of flipped my perceptions of a lot of players, like a lot. I mean, Oliveira is the most obvious one, of course, but there's a lot of players that I didn't really think of as more flexible and creative players that really showed something different in this Katowice. I think Spirit's one, Harstom's another one as well. I mean, Coffee as well. Coffee really overperforms, not the word I'm looking for, but I think he performed beyond expectations a little bit as well. He was really cool to watch.
And I don't know about you, but I always thought of Coffee as one of the more insane players coming out from China.
Yeah, he's got the builds, man.
He's definitely has the builds, and it's always impressive when he doesn't just have the builds, but he still makes them work against world-class players. Like that's the most impressive thing. Not just that he's able to be innovative, but like beating Zaun, for example, it's like, oh damn, like he still has it. He can still bring it here. And that did kind of show over the past couple of seasons of DreamHack. Like he has been doing pretty well in his own region. So it's cool to see all of that kind of pay off a little bit here. I know he didn't have the deepest run, but still like took down some pretty big names.
Yeah, I mean, he looked good.
Yeah. He looked pretty damn good.
Solid. That's rock.
And I guess from here we can go into at least the group stage. My heart goes out to Ryung though. Ryung versus a laser. My heart sank a little bit watching that series. That was a little bit brutal.
Not close at all. Yeah.
feels Ryung, man. I just
And if he faced literally any other player in a qualifying match, I think he would have been able to make it out. But TVZ has been his weak spot for a very long time.
Yeah. It's hit and miss with Ryung. It's hit and miss. So he wasn't able to make it out of the group stage. But the groups themselves, I feel like there were some pretty surprising results. I remember going into it, quickly touching on Group A. Neeb was a massive question. Like there's so much that's happening in Group A.
Yeah, Neeb's still a question mark. I'm not gonna lie, I still don't know how good he is, because he looked. I'm not gonna lie, he didn't look very good versus Cure, and then he beat Oliveira. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, to quote Harstom, he's the best player in North America if Australia didn't exist.
Is that what Harstom said?
That was his caption in the most recent video he put out.
Shaking my head, Harstom, shaking. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Neeb, was a wild card coming into his group, and he kind of had some really weird mixed results that kind of messed the group up a little bit. On top of that, I expected Ragnarok to do like relatively well, but to come out first in his group as well, really, he just kind of smudged all over some of the Terrans. Like Clem, it was a sad performance here for Clem to end up last in his group.
Yeah. Let me elaborate on that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
definitely an underperformance coming down from Clem here. I feel like in a lot of his games, it partially comes down to at least what I've considered to be his play style for a very long time. He plays in such a way where if he executes his builds perfectly, he's unstoppable, but the slightest misstep means he's just going to get punished hard. And I feel like that that was very noticeable in this IEM.
I mean, the thing that's weird about Clem in this group is I feel like as much as I expected him to do better, when I go through game by game and look at the ones that he lost, they all make sense individually.
Yeah.
And then you take a step back and you're like, wait, but that's 2-3 in the whole thing. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. When I look at it, I say Oliveira 2-0'd him. Oliveira's TVT looked insane. Fair enough. Dark 2-0'd him. Sure. Makes total sense. I mean, I expected Dark to 2-0 him. And then Cure 2-0'ing Clem, I'm like, that can happen. Like, that can definitely happen a lot of the time. So,
especially because it's CBT.
Yeah, I mean, I don't look at that and feel like Clem even necessarily underperformed by a lot. I just feel like, I mean, Clem
Bracket luck.
TVT against a Korean could really go either way, any day.
Yeah, I think what really, especially during, I remember it was during the group stage, like when this was finalized, this was like before we knew about like Oliveira's hidden power, you know?
Yeah.
this is back when we were still innocent and we didn't know what was
I
about to
believed in
happen.
him. I believed in him. I thought he was going to get out of the group.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to get out of the group.
It's true. You did. But yeah, like because of the group overall though was insanely close. Like look at the overall like scores. Like it's almost a 4-way tie. Like it all came down to the minute details of like who beat who and the map scores. So yeah, it was insanely close overall.
Yeah.
I mean, Oliveira, he kind of got out because he 2-0'd Clem and 2-0'd Cure. If those were 2-1s, Neeb, well, if either of those were a 2-1, then Neeb, because Neeb beat him, would go through over him. Like, it's crazy how close it was. He's the only person out of all the groups who went through 2 and 3.
Yeah. I mean, we were even touching on it the last podcast. We were saying Group A is without a doubt the group of death. It's probably going to be the hardest to predict, but yeah, like you said, now with hindsight, looking at the actual result, like, that makes sense.
I mean, only because Oliveira stood out.
It's true.
Apart from that, it's still like up in the air, I think. I still can't really separate those 4 players below.
Yeah, it's such a shame. You could argue like, oh, if like one of those players was in a different group, then we would have had something else happen instead. Maybe they would have had a better chance. But yeah, this was like the beginning of an insane run here from Oliveira. Obviously, like the hardest part for him was probably the group stage here. But yeah, he was
also
able to
one playoff match, but
it's true.
I guess we'll get into that later.
Oh my god. And then going into group B, like kind of that's when I was also really like my eyes kind of opened at how well Spirit was doing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, this when I saw Spirit made it out of the round of 36, I thought, oh, okay, Spirit. I mean, he's getting up there. We had our eyes on him as the up and coming Polish players, kind of sneaking into that top 3 in a way. But yeah, looking at not just the result here. I mean, he didn't make it out, but looking at his actual games themselves, I think he looked very, very solid.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Having a look through, yeah. I mean, 2-1 Australia, 2-1 Showtime.
2-1 in Showtime was a
Map
big
of
surprise to
Creator.
me.
2-1 in Showtime. That's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. I didn't catch
Yeah.
those games. That would be interesting to watch.
That,
I feel like Spirit stylistically should not match up well against
Mhm.
Showtime because he's trying to go to the same phase of the game that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're strong in the same phase of the game, so you'd expect a stronger player to win. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
so I guess Spirit is a stronger player. Confirmed.
On the day, just barely. But yeah. So like overall, I'm sure Spirit's really happy with his performance here. Like he may not have made it out of the groups, but like he almost did, right? Like I myself, I didn't think I was able to catch the games against Creator. But like if something had gone differently that game, then maybe he does make it out of groups. Outside of that, nothing else is really too surprising. I think we were expecting Estrella to perform a little bit better. Estrella kind of
Every single one of us, all of us, bet on Estrella. On different positions, but all of us were expecting Estrella to make it out.
I remember. I'm pretty sure I believed in Estrella more than Creator. Like I was like, no, yeah, he's gonna make it out. I believe.
I had Creator number 2 and Estrella number 3.
Estrella was a weird one. I mean, a lot of his games looked promising. Gumiho versus Estrella did not look promising, but Reina versus Estrella. I mean, Estrella with a very minor adjustment would have won 2 of those games. The game that he did win was absolutely insane. I don't know if you caught it, but he had 2 prisms with 2 disruptors in each of them. And he was sharking around trying to flank the roaches and just got insane disruptor shots, and it was just bizarre. It was really weird. He did it off like 2 bases as well.
Am I crazy?
We know and love.
Did he do that off of a Glaive Adept opener? Am I crazy or
no? I think that
no, I don't think so.
I think I'm thinking of Classic.
Okay,
Classic did something similar, but not quite the same thing. This was a Robo facility. This was a Robo Bay opening from Estrella against Rainer.
I remember seeing that disruptor or the double prism moments on the mainstream. It was amazing to see. It's such a shame that that didn't really reflect into some of his other matchups. Because as close as he was against Rainer, unfortunately, like if he's most comfortable against Zerg, there was only one Zerg in his group. And then
it was also one of the best Zerg players in the world. So
yeah,
again, in hindsight, kind of makes sense, but we had much higher expectations, I think. I will say I wasn't expecting Gumiho to make it out, let alone making it out second. But I guess that says more about me than it says about Gumiho.
I mean, he's in a TVP group, and his TVP looked insane. It looked so good. Like, holy crap. He plays like a madman, but it was I was very impressed by his multitasking and microing in general. I mean, he's one of these players where like I just sometimes forget that he's a top Korean Terran anyway, despite him playing like a psychopath. Like when you watch him control his units and everything like that, it's like, oh no, like he is as good as like maybe like a Bunny or a Kuro or something like that. He just also does really weird builds.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's why I love covering him whenever we can in the ESL Open Cups, because he's one of the few players that can like go toe to toe with Dark and with Hero, and I don't think I'd ever call him. Yeah, and I don't think I'd ever call him a favorite, but he can take games and he can take series like on a good week. So it's always really exciting to see to see that kind of come out of him. And don't forget he's a GSL champion as well. So
2.
Yeah,
2 for 2.
Really sick. He did smooch. And I guess Group C was a lot more straightforward. I remember Group C was the group that I remember. I think it was at least me and Asher, or maybe all 3 of us, where we were like, this is the most like kind of cut and dry. Like
yeah, I mean, you say that, but Special went 3-2. I was not expecting Special
I
to do that well.
Special. He almost made it out. And I remember specifically, I was watching that day, and I was like, all right, I'm getting my screenshot key ready. If Special makes it out, I'm loading it over Light and Asher, and he didn't. Yeah, no. That was the expected result, but he got very close.
Yeah,
It's actually kind of disgusting that he didn't get out because I mean he 2-1'd Laser, 2-1'd DRG, 2-1'd Solar, and then lost to Cyril and Hero, who are like the best Zerg and Protoss in the world, and he doesn't get out of the group. Like that's mental.
He did better than some of the other players who did make it.
He did better than Oliveira. I'm just gonna say he did better in
yeah.
groups than Oliveira. Yeah,
I'm not sure if Special would have made it all the way to the finals like Oliveira did, but he on that day he did do better than Oliveira.
Yeah, for context, for last week's episode of the PondCast, both Asher and I, we did not believe at all in Special. Or at least I remember my conviction in like Naya Special.
I said he wouldn't win a map.
Yeah, you're like, he won't win a map. I'm like, nah, yeah, he won't win. He won't, like, he's gonna bomb out bottom of the group, mate. It's over. And Special he took it personally. He was listening.
He did. He was listening in.
I mean, he had a -1 map score. That's mental. Like, he did really well.
He surprised us. He surprised me, with how insane his TVZ was.
They didn't make it out.
You're an animal. Oh my god. So it is just a shame that it did come down to map score and Solar was able to edge him out just barely with one additional win. Otherwise it probably would have gone to head and then Special would have gone out, just would have made it through. Because he did beat Solar. So crazy.
I do definitely think that looking at the result and who made it out in which position, it's not that surprising. But for Cyril in particular, I feel like the players he beat and the players who beat him were pretty surprising to me. Like 3-2, I'm like, yeah, I can see Cyril getting that result. But then we look into the actual groups. DRG 2-0'd him. Later down the line, I remember it was day 2 or day 3, I think. I remember looking at the matches Cyril had, which was against Solar, against Hero, against a Laser. My predictions were he 2-0 Solar, Hero 2-0s him, and then he goes 2-1 against a Laser. And I got that completely wrong. Solar was actually the one who edged out Cyril there.
I'm going to disagree that 3-2 Cyril looks normal. I don't think I remember the last time I saw him not clean sweeping a group.
It's not normal, but it's like, yeah, I can see that happening in a group
I can't see it. It's crazy. I think that's
it.
mental, 3-2. And I think it was foreshadowing as well. The fact that he underperformed against Zerg was kind of the story of Cyril in this tournament. I mean, Cyril getting 2-0'd by DRG is not... That's not normal.
I could see a 2-1 like against DRG, but a 2-0? I have to agree with you there. It's not normal.
Yeah. I have to side with Asher when it comes to like Cyril struggling in the group stage is shocking just because of how good he is. Like not even how he's like perceived to be, but like how good he is, period. And
that's how you have to make that distinction.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's foreshadowing for his playoff match because like I did kind of favor Ragnarok going into that, not gonna lie. I remember I was in a call with I was in a call with NXZ and Chappie at the time. As we were watching it, and I was like, no, yeah, like mate, Ragnarok and ZVZ is actually an ape. I think
they forgot that Ragnarok was the one who 3-0'd Rogue when Rogue was on fire back in 2019.
Yeah. Like Ragnarok's like an actual, like he's such an ape in ZVZ, but like to another level, you know. So that's why like I am also surprised that Cyril struggled not just against him in the quarterfinals, but against DRG as well, and even Solar in the group stage. Like that's pretty crazy. I
mean, that's kind of Cyril's thing is being consistent against players that are worse than him. That's I feel like that's what makes Cyril is the fact that he for years and years and years just does not drop a game to anyone who's not on his level. So it's definitely not to disrespect DRG and Solar, but I think from recent results you would expect Cyril to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's controversial to say.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, a rocky start for Cyril, at least in that one matchup, that does end up hurting him later on down the line. And then we had Group D,
Yep.
and Group D was
And-
so sad to me because, well, if you remember, I think we all expected Lambo to. I say we all expected. I'm pretty sure Yaku's heart was Lambo would make it through.
I, I, that was my heart pick. And I was
Uh-huh.
kind of on copium a little bit. I'm like, oh, Lambo, if he like hyper prepares against the Korean Terran players, maybe he makes it out 3 as well. This was a group that made me come up with, that made me say, I bet on the wrong German in the end. Throughout this entire tournament. One German.
I don't know
made it
exactly
to the
what I said at
playoffs,
the
and it
time.
wasn't the one I bet on.
Mhm.
I don't know exactly what I said at the time, but I remember saying something to the effect of Lambo is not going to beat a Korean Terran. Like, no way. This is like
I remember
the
you saying
worst
that,
group that he could possibly have.
that. I was like, no. If he
I was like,
really
Lambo
studies their replays and he like really prepares against them, and you went,
I was just like, he doesn't
were
take maps
explaining
off
it to
Korean
me.
Terrans. And he did, but like, I just don't think he
did.
I'm
he
more
did,
surprised that he
didn't
got
do it
2-0'd by Hero Marine and not 2-0'd by Beyond and Bunny. But I mean, Bunny had a shocker, honestly. He had a really rough time of it.
Yeah. I honestly think Bunny underperformed a little bit. I really think that he could have beaten, like, for one, I mean, he should have beaten Hero Marine, and I really think he could have beaten Beyond as well.
Yeah, like I remember exactly what I said about Lambo. I said he wouldn't be able to stand up after after the group stage. and
Oh, it's
yeah,
coming back to me. I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was gonna end up in a wheelchair, Papi. But he did better than I thought. But yeah, where my heart really sank was Bunny. Like, I had such high hopes for Bunny. Like, I really wanted him to have another really good showing again. But this was so sad to watch. For me personally, especially losing 2-0 to Classic, like, I was like, Bunny, por favor.
Classic
No.
recently, PVT isn't looking too great.
It's your year, Papi. It's your year. And he's meant to be, like, historically, he's good in TVT. Like, he has some of the best TVT out there.
Yeah. I would have to say, in general, I think TVT is a bit up in the air, and that a lot of Terrans are underperforming in TVT just because the meta is shifting so much. Just speaking as a Terran in the current patch, I think TVP and TVC don't feel very different, but TVT feels very different. Like, the matchup has actually changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it does show in that the players who are more traditionally solid in getting to a Viking Raven late game are the ones that suffered the most here. And that's Maru and Bunny, mostly.
And I definitely 100% agree with that. But I will also say that as a viewer, I feel like this tournament has cemented
really good.
TVT. Yeah. TVT, Light, I don't want to hear you complain about TVT anymore in this meta.
Yeah, it is a lot more.
Yep. It's a lot more dynamic. You have a lot less turtling up. I mean, I was going to bring up the Maru Byung game, particularly, but it
really
felt
good.
Like game number one of Grespen. There was so much back and forth happening. I remember I was in a call, and at around 15 minutes, we were all like, oh yeah, Bjorn is 100% dead. But then he survived for another like 10 minutes or something like that. And it wasn't like he survived just by turtling up behind his bases. There was a lot of like drops and skirmishes happening on as well. For a very split moment, Bjorn took a really good engagement, and we thought, holy shit, he's going to turn this around. He didn't in the end, but I feel like TBT is just way more dynamic in this meta.
Yeah, definitely.
This is... I didn't really watch enough of groups for this to really mean anything, but I think if someone's looking for like a TVT to watch to see what we're talking about, just to see if you don't watch TVTs normally, you didn't watch TVTs for this whole IEM, and after hearing this, you're kind of like, oh, I kind of want to see what they're talking about, like TVTs maybe being a bit more exciting. Mario vs. Beyond Game 1, Gressfun. People talked it up before I saw it, and I thought, I mean, maybe people are just misunderstanding TVT, and they just got excited by something that wasn't that crazy or whatever. Right. And then I watched it, and I'm like, oh no, okay, this is like one of the best games I've seen in ages. It was such a good game.
Yeah, and I think that really does like in general, TVT going into it, we were talking about the new patch and the new maps. We were talking about how this is one of the most impacted matchups due to the patch and everything that's been happening. And I remember going into IEM. Shout out to our YouTube channel. Someone posted on YouTube. I think it was during one of the ESL VODs of Dark versus Time. Or Oliveira, I guess. I think it was still Time at the time. And they were like,
this was years ago.
This was like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
they were talking. Yeah. They were making their own predictions about IEM Katowice, and they were talking about how Time, like how adaptable he is.
I remember that
And
game.
that was
That
like
was the 3-2 of the ESL weekly finals, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
I
we
remember
passed it
this.
together,
Yeah. That was when.
And
that was when he went on a tear against Solar, and a lot of top Korean Zerg players in the entire bracket. Sorry,
yeah, exactly.
Wanted to get context in there.
And so like going into that, it's really interesting to see, as you were kind of touching on, about how much this matchup has been kind of shifted up. And I guess because Oliveira has been grinding so much, he was able to kind of latch onto something that maybe a couple of others weren't quite able to do so. And that really paid off so well, especially in the grand finals, like or in the lead up. Oliveira really capitalizing on it. And this was kind of something that we were talking about last week as well, about how is it a good thing for a patch to be introduced like this in a world finals, and it does kind of favor those players that can adapt on the fly.
Well, we were talking about it a lot. I think we talked about it more in the context of TVZ with Battle Mech, especially with Hero Marine and all the ESL weeklies going for more Battle Mech styles. But what we were talking about as well is that
we didn't get to see more of that.
We saw a bit. I mean, Clem played it a few times, which was surprising.
I think every single TVZ
figuring it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I think we were talking a little bit about how there was a few players who were limit testing and players like Hero Marine who are kind of showing all their working when it comes to playing these new styles. And I was kind of thinking about it in terms of like, should they be showing it or should they be hiding it and doing it in practice? I actually think that Hero Marine and Oliveira are some of the only players who are really working hard on these new styles. Not to say that the other players weren't aware of them, because I know players like Beyond and Maru, they were using some of the new styles. But I feel like there were kind of two schools of thought with TVT. There was some where they were completely embracing the new styles, which is to go for very fast add-ons on the Raxes and get Marines faster and get Medivacs and to skip the whole Viking Raven thing. And there were some players who kind of thought that the old style would still be fine and that the new stuff was kind of, a passing phase sort of thing. It would be shown against like really solid play that it wouldn't really work. But I think Hero Marine specifically and also Oliveira were really good examples of the fact that if you do have these new cutting edge builds and you have been playing around with them, you're going to understand these kind of situations a lot better. I mean, I don't want to take away from Hero Marine's achievement 2-1ing Maru, but I'm not sure if that happens in a patch that's been a bit more worked out.
Yeah, I have to echo that. Like, I do think that if we were on the patch far longer, then this entire tournament is probably very different. I think maybe things go more of how we predicted, and probably Cyril does better as well. He probably works out his own Kingston ZVZ. Everything would be kind of more on the norm, but because things were more up in the air because of all the changes, it kind of led to this. And I think that was a good thing.
Well, I kind of want to touch on ZVZ. Well,
yeah,
I don't nothing. I really don't know much about ZVZ, so I'm kind of asking you, Light. From I don't know how much ladder that you've played on the new maps. I don't really know if you played that much.
Go on.
But I remember talking to Shiny about it, and Shiny was actually saying it was like a Canadian proto Zerg around same level as me. They're actually saying that they're really struggling on ZVZ on the new maps. And I think a lot of the ZVZ players who prefer to be the more defensive player, not the aggressive player, finding the size of the maps and all the different angles that you can attack from really difficult to deal with. Is that something you noticed as well? And do you think that affected Cyril?
It is definitely something that I noticed. It is a matchup that I'm liking less and less as I'm
Yeah.
trying
That's
to
what they
become
said
more
as
defensive.
well. They were saying that they really like ZBZ before and they
Yeah,
hate it on the new
yeah,
patch.
yeah. That was me today as I was streaming. I was like, I hate
Yeah, okay.
ZBZ.
That's really interesting. What
Oh
is
my
it?
god.
Like,
The
what's the
Cabal
big
in
difference?
itself.
Well, I mean, if you did watch Ragnarok versus Cyril, I think you kind of got some of it there as well, though, where Cyril he was struggling a lot more. What it is exactly, I don't even know how to put my finger on it. I think I'd have to like actually sit down and think about it, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a mental thing. I think it's a mental thing. I think because the maps are so much larger, I think it may just be as simple as because the maps are so much larger, you think you can get away with a little bit more. And historically, like Cyril has been like more of a defensive player, so he thinks like he can cut workers or be a little bit more lax on scouting. I remember that specifically. I remember him like not really scouting as prevalently against Ragnarok during his series, and a player like Ragnarok can take advantage of that, and even on some of the larger maps can be hyper aggressive, something that you don't really expect to kind of see, and just like
Yeah.
get you anyway. I
That's
think it may just be that. I don't know.
That's super interesting that you say that because I've actually noticed in my own ladder games, I've started doing Hellbat Marauder pushes again, and they never worked for me on the last pool, and they should be better on the last pool because the last pool was smaller. And
Yeah.
I'm catching people with them so much on this pool. And I think it's just because, yeah, like you're saying, the maps are bigger, it's a little bit harder to scout, it's a little bit more unexpected. Like things like that, because there's so many push paths as well, can kind of sneak up on you out of nowhere. Yeah, it's something I'm noticing too, and I don't know why. Like everything about these maps feel like aggressive play shouldn't work, but it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like defying our expectations because if you remember, a lot of our discussion last week was about how I was worried, and I think some of you were worried as well, that if the maps are larger, it's going to disincentivize like aggression, and we're going to get slower games. We're going to get
Yeah.
like more kind of dull games in
Let's
the early
rush.
game as well.
Yeah.
And I was worried we were going to get more data C. That's what I was worried about.
I looked at
Yeah.
Gressfan and I said, this is glittering ashes. We're going to get 1 hour games every single time. And to be fair, we did get really long games, but they were so action packed. Like Gressfan is, in terms of as a viewer, probably the best map that we've had in a few years. I feel like we just haven't had a boring game on Gressfan.
Yeah, I kind of want
I'm
to
trying
leave
to
it open
think
to
now.
you.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean that was a game where the game of the year was played on. So yeah, but yeah, I definitely remember we were very concerned. We were looking at like not just the distance of these maps, but also the fact that a lot of them didn't have ramps and whatnot. And we were thinking, okay, rush play is dead. We are going to get longer games, but hopefully they're not going to be like too long coming down the line. But yeah, no, like Asher was saying, we were getting a lot of. Most of the maps, it feels like, on average, we had games that were like 15-ish minutes long, except for a couple of outliers. But in those outliers, there was still so much action happening in them that they don't feel that long. I mean, I just checked. I just went back to that VOD of Maru versus Björn, and I was surprised that that game length was actually 42 minutes. It felt a lot shorter.
Oh, I was going to say 25.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It felt like 25 minutes or something like that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like you're saying, yeah, I don't know if it was even necessarily rush play that we saw a lot, but it just felt like as soon as the game started, it was just knives out and they were just at each other's throat, start to finish, and like a lot of these different maps as well. And it's not even that the maps were short, it's just that there's just so much action all over the map.
Yeah. I guess that's part of... Yeah, I guess that is part of the... what was my train of thought? You were saying how there are a lot of paths that like you can get snuck up upon and whatnot. I guess this is really players utilizing them and also being more conscious of them, trying to not get caught out. They want to get that map information as quickly as they can and hold on to it as quickly as they can. And I think that might also be why we're seeing so much more active plays, that nobody wants to just get snuck up on anymore.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it almost feels like, especially for Gressvan, there are like a lot of different like opportunities that are kind of given to you that you can like there are a lot of ways to kind of take advantage of the map. It's almost as if the players they want to they want to be the first to do so
Yep.
as well, like just because of how wide open the the
defense.
natural is, or even the attack angles at the third base or the triangular third, or even like the base that we thought would never be taken, which is the one that can be attacked from like the low ground in the middle. But like so
That
much
was
action
the key
happens there
base.
anyway.
Yeah. That was the key base
Yeah.
in almost every game,
Yeah.
especially in the TVZs. Yeah.
100%, and it looks so bad, right? Like,
Yeah.
you look at the map, it's like, mate, just to stay away. You know,
Well,
there's no way, like,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
base
so
taken
awful to
pick, you
hold
know?
on to.
I think it made sense, like especially because of the way that the two bases come out below it on the low ground behind it.
Yeah.
It's
You
kind
have
of
to.
it's a bit like Hardwire or a map like that where you take the forward base first, because if you can secure that forward base, you get all the bases behind it as well.
Yeah, 100%. It's the gateway. It's you know, you hold this and you get everything else. So it's actually just such a pivotal base to
And if you
take
defend that
overall.
base, you can defend the other bases. Oh, it makes sense.
It's great. It's crazy, Poppy. The map makers,
It makes sense. The map makers actually know what they're doing.
oh my god. So
I'm gonna get dragged into map makers.
I'm not gonna touch that.
Don't
I'm not touching
no.
it.
Don't take that out of context, please.
Oh my god. But yeah, it's actually really cool. It's really cool, and I feel like Respawn did kind of overall improve the entire tournament just because of how many memorable moments there were on it, period.
Yeah, I'll eat my words, sir. I thought that some of these maps like Gressvan were going to be absolutely horribly imbalanced, and we just ended up having really good games on them. And some of the maps that I thought would be a bit more dynamic, like I want to say Neo Humanity as well, not to be too negative, but I think that has actually turned out to be a much less exciting map than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I didn't think we realized how like defensible it could be. And we saw
exactly,
a lot more games that were able to like slow down and stabilize. But at the same time, you know, I also got to give props to like players like Cyril and Rayner and stuff like that, where like we did see some pretty dynamic games, and we even saw games where the slow zone was taken advantage of as well. I remember, I think it was casting with you at the time, Asher, where I was like, you know, a lot of the time these zones just they never really matter, you know, like they don't really do much. But here on the Neo Humanity, like more often than not, like the features, the rocks, the slow zone, like they actually impact the game.
Yeah.
Did we cast Rayner, or am I? No, we casted Rayner for World Team League. Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the tools have been the tools have been at the map maker's disposal for just long enough that I feel like they've figured out not just how to utilize them well, but also how to incentivize players into using them now.
I do have to say, this might be my own controversial opinion, but I think slow zones shouldn't exist. I think they're anti-fun.
I don't disagree, but every now and then you see somebody make use of them to win a pivotal moment.
I think I think as a viewer, I think it's probably a good thing. It's very visual, it's very obvious, you know, it's a danger zone, and as soon as you can see it coming like a mile away, you know, where someone's like running away through it, or
and then there's a disruptor chasing them.
or they're getting caught out,
shot out.
Yeah, I think as a viewer, it's probably a good thing. But I agree, like as a player, not so much. Yeah.
I'm the other way around when it comes to speed zones, though. I really like speed zones. I like seeing all the units go zoom, but yeah, as a player, it's probably not the most suspenseful or exciting thing to witness. It's like, oh yeah, Marine Army just runs through the speed zone. Yeah, they get away.
I like speed zones. I think the thing that's really difficult to work out how to put speed zones in a map is you don't want them in the middle of the map. I think they have problematic gameplay if they're in the middle of the map. But if there's outside map objectives like Zelnaga towers, I think they can be interesting.
Have like a tower in its.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last map that we had speed zones in, the speed zones felt like they were kind of like out of the way. So like we didn't really get to see them
Yeah.
too much. Yeah.
Well, the one that I'm thinking of that I think shouldn't be repeated is Beckett.
Uh-huh.
The
Yeah.
speed zones on Beckett where that was kind of insane,
just-
where they just
yeah,
made the
to
rush
just
reduce
reduce,
like 30
yeah.
seconds.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
it
could
was
go
crazy.
across the map and like, yep. Combine that with and it wasn't just one speed zone either. It was like three speed zones
Mhm. Yeah.
spread
Yeah.
apart in
Why?
the shortest map of
Who
that
made that map?
pool.
A Terran map.
Made by
It was a
Super
Terran.
Newman, because of course it was.
They make the
Oh
best
my
maps.
He
Such
does.
You're
Terran
that-
favored maps. I love it.
You're an animal.
And the best part is he doesn't even play Terran.
Shaking my head. God damn it, Superman. Oh my god. So yeah. Overall, group stage was pretty exciting
That's to make goal of
overall.
all.
Yeah. I did the worst thing imaginable, and I wrote my sleep schedule to stay up and watch all of this.
As did I.
Yeah.
As did I, and I had like a presentation I had to do next day.
Oh.
Oof.
I bombed
Was it
out
about
of that.
StarCraft though? Was it?
I think in my mind I started like bringing up Oliveira for some reason.
Yeah. Oh my god. You just
Yeah,
some
my-
little go on.
My sleep schedule hasn't fully recovered.
It's
Oh, I didn't even
It's
bother
getting
trying
there.
to fix mine. Yeah,
Yeah, we're slowly recovering
trying to fix
as
yeah.
as viewers. But that all goes into the playoffs as well. And the playoffs, that's when things
Oh, boy.
were getting crazy. Already, you know, the best of the best made it in, and yeah, some hearts were broken in the playoffs, mate. Let me tell you, Asher,
Pretty brutal.
being in a call with NXZ, Chappie,
Oh.
and Chase. And they
That
were a
was
little bit more on
so-
some copium.
That was okay. So I was on a call at the same time with
Yeah.
Craig and
Terrence.
Sheldon.
Yeah.
So I remember in the middle of that series looking at the Discords and seeing all the Terrans in one call and
Yeah.
all the Zergs in another call.
Yep.
In the Terran call, we were
Yep.
popping off so hard. I was
Yep.
yelling. I was going
Mate.
crazy. I was like, oh my god, he's so
Yep.
good. We're like tagging Chappie and be like, question mark, question mark. What's going on here, boy? Marina?
Mate, the smudge was real in the Zerg chat. Mate, the smudge was so real. The smudge was so real that's where the meme started, where they started to turn on each other.
Yep.
where Chappie was no longer a Zerg player, mate. He has been excommunicated from the Zerg race. He is now Protoss. It's over.
I kind of wanted to jump in the call for a sec, but I was like, I can't keep my excitement down. I would just jump in and scream and then leave.
Oh my god. But as a fan of StarCraft, like, it was really exciting. Definitely, you know, to see how the matches were going. Ragnarok versus Sterile again was really heartbreaking for a lot of people. It's
Not me, let me tell you. I was fed on those tears.
Well, the worst thing about Ragnarok versus Sterile, and I was 100% on board with this. Everyone was like, "Yo, if Ragnarok beats Sterile, Maru is gonna have such a free road to the finals. Like, it's gonna produce such a bad semis." And as soon as it happened, it's like, oh.
I was kind of like, when I looked at the bracket, I was thinking this is pretty much the only way we don't get the ZVZ finals is the top half has Maru versing like Solar Ragnarok, and Cyril gets taken out by a Zerg. Like, that's the only way that it happens. And that's exactly what happened. And then, I mean, from the start, Solar smashed Gumi, Cyril breezed through BR, and I was like, okay, everything is happening as expected.
Yeah. Everything is as it should be, and I think the worst part about it as well, that I imagine a lot of people were upset about. I'm sure people would be okay with Maru still beating Cyril anyway, but so many people wanted Cyril versus Maru. You know, they were like, just give us Cyril versus Maru, puppy. Because I think throughout the entire,
like, we've had Cyril versus Maru multiple times.
Yeah,
but it's always good. I mean,
It's
the
always
biggest problem
good.
is Maru just came off 4-0ing Ragnarok in the most devastating fashion I've ever seen in GSL. Like,
It was
emotionally ruined him. And then,
Mhm.
honestly.
I mean, Ragnarok hasn't beaten Mario in what, like 19 series or something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
I think he took
yeah,
5 maps off him in 19 series.
yeah.
So I was like, I don't want to see a quarterfinal that's just Mario dumpstering Ragnarok, and he kind of did.
Yeah, he did.
He did, except
Unfortunately,
it was in the semis.
so a bit of a feels bad man there, but to be expected. Like Ragnarok's his style of ZVT just does not shape up against Maru, and unfortunately, it feels like Ragnarok doesn't really care to change his style. Like it's just how he
I think
plays, and that's what he's gonna do. Like
there has to be a mental block there too. I mean, you can't have 19 series and win 5 games and not have a huge mental block. No way.
100%. 100%. I'm pretty sure nowadays, whenever Ragnarok plays against Maru, he never thinks he's gonna win.
It's
Yeah.
like, I'm just gonna do whatever.
Oh my god, feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, we were robbed of Cell versus Maru, so
Mhm.
you know that was
Hey,
Ragnarok kind of
and-
sealed his fate,
and-
sealed that there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yo, we may have been robbed of Cero versus Maru, but I think we got the next best thing. Actually, I would argue an even better TBC in Oliveira versus Rainer.
Yeah, we didn't know we wanted
Because
it.
I feel like, yeah. Because here's
We
the
didn't-
thing.
Uh-huh.
Here's my hot take. Cero versus Maru is always boring. It's always one-sided. Either of them can win, but it's always been like 3-0 or 3-1s. There's never been a close Cero Maru.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think
That's
Raynor
bad.
versus Mario is a more exciting series just because Raynor plays
100%.
they kind of assume their roles, where Raynor just kind of apes into Mario and Mario plays a
Yeah.
defensive role. But
Yeah.
Cyril, for some reason, when Cyril apes into Mario, he just kills him. It was like, it was in the last map pool, or the one before. It was one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Cyril just rolled Banelings at Mario on Berlingrad for like 5 minutes and just crushed him. I've never
Yeah.
seen someone do that to Mario before.
He's just built different, you know. It's there's something about Cyril, and I'm sure Mario was maybe breathing a sigh of relief when Cyril didn't make it through. But I'm definitely with you there, Yaku, when it comes to Reina versus Oliveira, where I don't think people knew that they wanted it until they got it, and then it was actually amazing. I think that was maybe that was the start of like the Oliveira hype train.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure people were excited when Oliveira beat Hero Marine, but like because Rainer was waiting for them, it's like does it really matter? Like yeah,
and part of it is also because Oliveira versus Hero Marine. Yeah, Oliveira winning that, sure, expected. He's a TBT sniper and whatnot, but then he goes up against one of arguably the best Zerg player in the world. At the very least, consistently top 3 for the past couple of years. And then he reverse sweeps him in such a nail-biting fashion. I remember watching that final game and thinking, maybe it wasn't the final game, but I think maybe it was game 4 or something like that, where, again, it just looked like Raynor had such a strong grip around Oliveira, but Oliveira, he hung on. There was that one hero liberator that I think got like 200 kills by the end of that game or something like that. It was absolutely insane. I was 100% on board after that series.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that was really wild about that series as well is the Gressfan game. The Gressfan game was nuts. I've never seen Oliveira just turn into Maru. Like, that was just a Maru game. It was absolutely crazy. He just had so few units in each location, but they were just placed in the exact right way. It was so weird to watch 3 tanks and 3 Hellbats defend like a whole Zerg army.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm always gonna remember
so many Ultralists dying.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm always gonna remember. I'm pretty sure this was on Neo Humanity, where I'm always gonna remember this because of the tone of the Discord call at the time. Because Rainer was up 2-0. It's like, yeah, it's fine. And I remember, I'm pretty sure Rainer was ahead in Neo Humanity. And then like time passed, and I think we were in the middle of a conversation. And then suddenly,
okay, it was just over.
Someone was like, "Wait, is Rainer losing?"
Yeah.
It's like the realization of what was happening in that game.
Chappie?
was switched in. It may have been Chappie. And then it's like
Chappie.
hold on, this is not supposed to be happening. And then Oliveira ends up taking Near Humanity, and then the turn starts shit. It's like, mate, are we gonna lose Raider as well? Are we gonna lose? Are we gonna have no Zergs in the semis? Or like, is that really what's gonna happen? Because obviously we're already writing Ragnarok off. He's already dead in our eyes.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And yeah, that was an insane moment. And like, how could you not cheer for Oliveira anyway? Because like,
Especially.
yeah, like he's such a wholesome like player, such a wholesome person.
Say, like, not only were his games exciting, but his post-match interview when he's like, I was kind of counting myself out, so I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna have fun. And then that leading him to getting the reverse sweep, beating one of the very best Zerg players in the world, if not one of the very best players overall in the world. How can you not cheer for Oliveira after that, honestly?
I wouldn't say this I wouldn't say this unless Oliveira had said it himself as well. I kind of think Reina actually played pretty badly in the 3 games that he lost. I don't know how much of that came down to, I mean, for his standards, of course. I don't know how much of that came down to just how well Oliveira was playing as well, and that was so unexpected. I feel like that happened a lot, and Oliveira said that in all his interviews, especially against Hero, which is a game that we'll come back to as well, and against Mario, where he said they played much worse than they did in practice, just because I guess they just couldn't believe what was happening.
Yeah, I saw that a lot. I did see that very much so in Reina versus Oliveira. It felt like, and to be fair, it's kind of more expected from Reina because he can be really cocky and really arrogant. And it felt, and I think it was on Near Humanity where Reina, he was ahead, and you were touching on this.
Sorry, I just got to interject. I don't know if it's what you're going to say. He made a really bad mistake on quite a few of those maps, but Near Humanity specifically, he goes for this giant surround and cleanup. We were watching in the replay, me and Craig went through all these replays. As he leaves and then leaves the replay, 3 seconds like after he leaves the game, 1-1 finishes. I'm like, why would you not just wait a few more seconds? It was the worst anti-timing.
Yeah, the anti-timings. I was gonna say that Near Humanity was one of those instances where, because of the layout of the map, like Oliveira was able to like kind of like weather the aping of Raynor. And I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure on that map, Raynor, he was very wasteful. Like I'm pretty sure he went for like he went for a lot of like
huge counter attack before he lost the game. Yeah.
Exactly. And that lost him the game. 100%. And it's like, mate, what's happening right now? Like, calm down. And that kind of persisted throughout the series.
Yeah, it was really weird. Yeah. Again, it was really weird for Reina, especially because after Neo Humanity, it seemed like he was thinking, I got a little cocky, I can bounce back. But after Gressven, I think it really hit him, and he really realized I might actually get knocked out in the quarterfinals.
The last game, it's so funny because
a little bit
watching it at the time, me and Craig were like, this is like the best TVZ I've ever seen in my life. Oliveira played perfectly. He's playing out of his mind. He's an absolute god. And then we watched it in the replay, and he forgets combat shields. He gets his gas really late. He gets his gas really late and can't afford anything on time. And his like medevacs are late. His combat shields are late. His 2-2 is a little bit late. Like everything's really like late and off, and the build order's just wrong. And we're just like, and the timing was late. Like the timing that he dumped it in with, because he didn't have enough for it, was like really late. It was just so strange.
That's why he's an anime protagonist.
I remember specifically, I think it was on Babylon, where he forgot combat shields, and we were like, mate, what's happening? And then eventually he did get it, of course. But
he didn't even forget it. He just didn't have the gas for it. Like he did his build wrong, and he didn't have the gas for it.
There you go.
I remember being in a call, and those sentiments were like brought up exactly. Like, wait, why is he getting combat shield? Wait, he doesn't have gas. Why does he have gas? Is this built wrong? I'm like, no, guys, you don't get it. He doesn't need gas, guys. He doesn't need it. And I was on copium 100%. But in hindsight, it just felt. And again, it's weird because it was Raynor of all players that this happened to, where it just. For some reason, Raynor just kind of played below his standard, because usually You're expecting this from his opponents. You're expecting Reina's opponents to be the ones who are playing below their standard for whatever reason. But not this time.
Yeah, like Reino's usually the guy who makes like the crazy 3-2 comeback and his opponent kind of crumbles. But it kind of felt like he crumbled a bit in that last game. But I have to say as well, that might have come down to just the confidence and aggression of Oliveira. I mean, Oliveira's queued up Bane snipes were some of the best I've ever seen. I just didn't even know it was possible to do that. He would queue up like 7 Banes in a row and they would just like funnel through the queens and all die instantly.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful to watch, to be honest. Like that, it's why you can get behind like a Terran player. It's why you can really appreciate a lot of the control on micro as well, because it can be very visually obvious. And seeing that like it just oozes perfection. Oh my god. So Oliveira made it through, obviously. Then Hero versus Dark, and this is the low point of the Zerg call. This is when because no one wants to cheer for Dark. Because it's like you've got Cyril and you've got Raynor. It's like everyone's a Cyril fan, and then Cyril gets knocked out, and
everyone's a Cyril fan, and then Chappie's a Raynor fan.
Well, that true. Chappie is a Raynor fan. But then it's like, okay, fine. You know what? I didn't even like Cyril. You know what? It's fine. You know what? I'm a Raynor fan now. And then he gets knocked out, and it's like, oh, I guess I'm a Dark fan now. And there's a lot to appreciate about Dark. You know, he is a really kind of a really confident player, and he just asserts himself very well in the series, and in his play. But against Hero, this was actually a pretty brutal series to watch, man. Like this was
I mean, to be honest, after Dark versus Creator, I was kind of thinking, Dark's looking a little shaky. I think Hero is 100% going to be favored against Dark in these quarterfinals, but even I wasn't expecting the 3-0.
Yeah, no one was expecting a 3-0. Yeah.
We didn't really touch on Dark vs. Creator. That last game was one of the most heartbreaking moments I've ever seen. That was brutal.
Yeah.
That was a dream shattering in real time. That was like, it makes me, this is so mean, but it makes me think of, I don't know if you know the Simpsons bit where Ralph William gets like rejected by Lisa, and the guy's like, you can see his heart breaking in real time.
Yeah. That was especially hard to watch as a Creator fan, because I feel like I bring this up every now and then, but late 2021 to all the way until mid 2022, I feel like Creator, it really looked like he was getting over his mental block in a way. It really did look like he was getting more, I don't want to say he was getting more stoic, but he was getting to a point where it felt like he wasn't, like he was more in control of his emotions. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, seeing the series against Dark and just kind of seeing him break down made me think, I hope he's not like going back to the old Creator in a way.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's the world. I think the reason why a lot of these games were so heartbreaking as well, because it's the world championship of what I think most people realized was going to be the last big season of StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, I don't know if it's necessarily their last shot, but I could see why it would feel like it's their last shot.
I mean, at the time, like the future was very gray. Like we didn't really know what was what was going to happen next year, and even now, it's still a little bit. Yeah, it's still.
If it was gray, it's a slightly darker gray now.
We're gonna do it at the end, at the end. Don't you worry, we're gonna talk about it.
There's that much more kind of weight behind a lot of these matches, and Creator always takes this like all to heart as well. So yeah, it was definitely heartbreaking to watch. Definitely.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. But at the same time, at the back of my mind, I was like Zombie Grub was bringing up. I was kind of thinking, it would be nice if if Dark is gonna get called into the military. It would be nice if he had a deep run. But Yeah, that's why a lot of these series is, in general, a lot of these players getting knocked out was just that much more heartbreaking.
Dark is just never
Dark,
going to shave.
yeah. He's gonna come out in the military, and his beard is gonna reach his waist.
What even happened in those games? I mean, I feel like I was half watching them. I was either playing StarCraft or playing COD or something. I didn't really watch them that closely. Did Hero just like destroy him? Were they close games?
They were not close games.
Yeah, okay.
I remember he had Dark. Again, with a lot of Desert players in the playoff brackets, I feel like Dark for some reason just played below his standard for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't remember if this was against Hero or if this was against Creator, but there was this one game where Dark just went for something random, and it wasn't even like a normal, like, oh, Dark's ahead in the series, he's getting cocky, he's just gonna do a random proxy or whatever. He just like went for a Hail Mary, it looked like, early in the series, and when he didn't win that, it's like, all right, I guess he just has no confidence going up against Hero.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a lack of confidence. I don't know if I can ever say that Dark lacks confidence. But his overall game plan or his outlook on the series just wasn't really there, and it was really odd to see, especially because like we've been able to cast, even you and me, Yaku, we have casted Dark versus Hero in finals before of weekly tournaments, and like they're typically really good. They're typically really back and forth. Yeah, 3-2s definitely. And it just this series really did underdeliver.
Yeah.
But if you remember, I remember going into this series and I was already really skeptical. I was like, I wasn't really expecting much from Dark. Because I don't know if you guys recall this, but in the middle of IEM Katowice, it was during the group stage. And this is also when I was getting really worried for Dark, because Dark also didn't really have a dominant performance in the group stage either. Dark said in an interview with Smix that he wasn't really playing too well and he couldn't really focus on the games because of he got notified by the military, by the Korean military, that he was getting his last notice and he has to join the military. And that happened in the group stage. He got the message when he was in Poland.
In the group stage, yeah.
Yeah. And he himself was self-admittedly saying that he was having a hard time focusing on the games. And as soon as that happened, I was like, oh, like this is not his tournament.
Yeah.
This is not ideal for Dark at all.
Yeah, you were mentioning how you can never really say that Dark isn't confident. I think this is the closest he's ever gotten to just not having confidence in a tournament.
Yeah, I especially in the series against Dark, against Hero, I do think that like that did impact him like mentally or psychologically. Just another thing to think about, another thing to just like weigh down his mind while he's also in one of the most important matches or important tournaments of the entire year. To have that kind of looming behind him, the fact that like his time is up and he has to join the military and he's kind of being hassled a little bit by it, because it wasn't like he got a notification about it. It was like, hey, this is like it's not like we're gonna drag you back to Korea, but it was like, this is like your last like notifying message, like, it's mate, you gotta you gotta come in at some point soon.
It's one of those things where I think Dark was, before going into IEM, he was thinking like, okay, this is most likely going to be my last tournament. If there is a GSL that happens soon, maybe I can play with that, but I need to go to the military this year, and so on and so forth. He was prepared for it before he went to Poland, but just getting that physical reminder during the tournament, it just does something to you, man.
Yeah. And I remember after that happened,
he's like, it's like the difference between, okay, I got to go into the military versus you got to go into the military.
yeah, pretty much. So my heart also bled a little bit there for Dark, because I'm pretty sure this means that this is, of course, his last World Finals. I don't know how many more, how much longer he can compete. But I don't think he's going to be
for much longer.
Yeah.
Unless there's like some sort of weird delay, I think it's like a couple of weeks after the final notice that you actually have to go in.
So a bit of a sad end to things for him. Did well overall to make it to the playoffs anyway, but that did kind of lead to a lackluster series against Hero. But I guess that also gave us Oliveira versus Hero.
It did. Which, I mean, honestly, after Oliveira versus Reigner, it kind of looked like. I gotta be honest, I feel like while it was very hype to see Oliveira win the whole thing, and it was what I wanted when we got to the finals, I do think that a lot of the games are just really. I'm not even sure I want to call it one-sided, but it was the thing that Oliveira said, where it's like his opponents just kind of played below their standard for some reason. I think it was more prominent with Maru from Gresvan to Babylon, but even with Hero in Gresvan, it kind of feels like they were making weird mistakes they normally wouldn't have, which just cost them the game.
I don't know. I've heard that a lot of times, so I think there must be something to that because a lot of people feel the same way. I feel like maybe I just can't help but look at Oliveira vs. Hero as like a TVP tutorial, but like I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like it was just like he
It was
just played
fun.
out of his mind and like played textbook TVP in like a very, very impressive way. I mean, some of the stuff that he did was just so sharp and decisive and precise. Especially that game on Ancient Cistern. I feel like his defense of the proxy racks is probably the best hold of a proxy, not proxy racks, proxy gate. That's probably one of the best proxy gate holds I've ever seen. It was so clean.
Yeah. I remember watching that game, and we were so skeptical about Oliveira being able to defend it. We're like, and for him to shut it down as cleanly as he did, it was like, oh, well, I guess he's just ahead. It was crazy.
His response was so well rehearsed and so instant. Like as soon as he didn't see the Nexus, he immediately knew it was a gate without even scouting the gate, pulled down 5 SCVs right away, defended it perfectly, barely lost anything, got the bunker up.
Yeah.
And then just the whole time, he was playing like he had map hacks on. I was just losing my mind when he was playing this game because he sent his like Cyclone up into the main as the Prism was coming into the main. And then like dodged around the Zealots that got dropped out of it and sniped the Prism out of the sky. It just like looked like he was map hacking and doing everything perfect. It was just a bonkers game.
I think what was really exciting as well, I touched on it before, but like after Oliveira beat Reigner, that's when he won over the crowd. Like that's when he won over like the offline and online crowd. Suddenly everyone was on the Oliveira hype train. Everyone wanted to believe that like for him to beat Reigner to go all the way, and that was like the beginning of that hype train, and it just kept going through series versus Hero as well. Like it was amazing to witness.
It was just it was like the Matrix moment where it's like he's beginning to believe, but it wasn't even that he started to believe. He was just like he didn't even know about the Matrix. He didn't get offered a red pill or a blue pill. He just kind of walked in. And he was like, oh, I've been like practicing some kung fu just at home, and like I think I'm getting kind of good, and I'm just gonna like take on the best fighter in the world and see how I go. Like it should be fun. And he just like knocks him out. He's like,
he walks in, is like, I just been practicing how to fly, and I can just fly.
Yeah. It's not like I know kung fu. It's like my kung fu's all right.
I've been doing this the entire time. I thought everybody could do it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It was when the people started to believe. It was when we were starting to see him for what he was. And it was honestly a really amazing moment. This of course goes into the whole storyline of maybe being the best world finals or the best lead up to the world finals, like following Oliveira all the way through.
It's up there.
Like when I think about it, I think back on previous IEMs or previous BlizzCons, and you know, things that stand out are like Su finally winning, but like Su, the difference between Su or like even Bjorn, if you remember Bjorn, 2016 Bjorn, you know, he loves to be reminded. Like even when it comes to like these historical moments like Bjorn's run or Su's run, these are all events that you saw coming because Su had all the second places in GSL. So he was already in form.
Good player,
Yeah, exactly. He was already the best Zerg player. When Bjorn won BlizzCon, he won GSL before that, right? Like
That-
there were already eyes on him.
That's what I want to bring up, though, is that instead of comparing this to Beyond 2016, I was thinking about this last night. I do think that Oliveira's run is more reminiscent to Beyond's GSL run in 2016 rather than his WCS run.
100%, 100%. Because
He really is.
if you were, he is. It all comes full circle. The Chinese Beyond, because Beyond's GSL run before the BlizzCon run. No, even then it's similar, but the problem is that Bjorn had come back from retirement.
True.
Bjorn was training on the ladder, and he was playing in some online tournaments. He was playing like in Elite Leagues and in Lei Fang Cups in the lead up to GSL.
True.
And he was like the Neeb now. He was like a big question mark. They were like, is this gonna translate to an offline event?
Online, but yeah,
like, is he actually good? And then he shows up. It's like, damn, he's insane. But he was like, off favor, like he wasn't competing before that. The difference here is that Oliveira has been competing this entire time. He has been like chronicled throughout the entire year, and his play, like you can kind of assign a value to it, or you can like have expectations for it. So for him to show up here that's
exactly what the Pro Tour did. He was 21st place or 21st place in EPT points.
There you go.
And he ended up beating the player who was 4th place, 2nd place, and 1st place to win it all.
Crazy.
Absolutely insane.
I think this is kind of what you're already saying, but he wasn't really on the radar as someone to like have a crazy upset run. I was kind of thinking like maybe Solar has like a really crazy run and pops off and has the fairy tale story. Maybe Beyond has like a really impressive run and has like a last hurrah where he kind of bookends his career with like an amazing performance. Oliveira was not on the radar at all.
Yeah.
I think there was only like a handful of people who had Oliveira on their eyes. I know for a fact some drunk Canadian was one of them. And so remind us all, or as he reminded everyone after the event ended. But yeah, I think
Go on.
I guess we'll get into this a little bit later on. But Kuro was actually telling us a story of how a lot of people behind the scenes had their own kind of because they had the player cards out, right? And behind the scenes, they I think made extras or something like that. And obviously some were a lot more popular than others. Basically, nobody went for the Oliveira card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would have gone for it. He was always my favorite turn.
He has been your favorite turn, and he has fans as well. But even you wouldn't say like, "Nah, yeah, Oliveira's gonna win."
I didn't think he was gonna win. No. I was like, I thought I was being extreme predicting him getting out of groups. I was like, I don't think other people think he's gonna get out of groups, but like, I'm a big time fan.
Yeah.
I think he'll get out of groups and like hopefully like maybe like win the first game in the round of 12 or something.
Exactly. No one expected him to come out to flex a little bit and get Maru in a rear naked chokehold. Like it was crazy.
I mean, like the funny thing about this finals is I definitely agree that this is like one of the best grand like Katowices we've had, or season finals that we've ever had. But if you look at everything except the Oliveira storyline, the playoffs actually kind of sucked. Like most of the games were like really one-sided, but it's like this one storyline was so good that it makes it like the best one we've ever had.
100%. It's Oliveira carried this storyline, carried this finals because we were talking about how like Cero versus Ragnarok was upsetting, and Hero versus Dark, and Ragnarok versus Maru, and
And let's be real. How many people, like years from now, are going to be like, "Oh yes, game number 2 of the quarterfinals in so and so. That was really hype." No, it's about the narrative, Papi.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, like, I think the craziest part of all of it is just like you couldn't have written it any better if you were going to make like an anime about StarCraft.
100%. Yeah.
And like you told it to someone who didn't know anything about StarCraft, and you were just like, "There's 3 races in StarCraft, and like Maru is the best player," or something like that. They would probably come up with like this underdog from like a region that is not performing as well, and he beats like the top player of each race.
Yeah,
like, that's just
that's exactly perfect. What happened here.
Yeah, like the closest thing before this, what was that kind of Beyond storyline? That's why he got so many fans. It was so like beautiful to see him. If you remember at the time, he was teamless as well. You know, he came out of nowhere. That's why he got the nickname the One Man Army, because
Yeah.
he had nothing but no one backing him up, and he became the world champion. And similarly here, in a way, you know, and it's like with its own kind of twist to things, like Oliveira to come out as the IEM champion as the regular guy, you know?
Exactly. He's the people's champion, is
Yeah.
how I'll view him from now on. Everybody was on his back, and he was very modest, I think, in his post-finals interview. But yeah, I mean, what did he say? You know, he was looking at himself versus all of these other players, and he was looking at them as if they were gods. And he was thinking of himself as, no, I'm just a man, mate. I'm not sure I can do this, but he did.
And it makes me think as well of I guess it's not that similar, but like it's kind of a little bit as well reminiscent of Cyril's 2018 run, where there was that whole storyline leading up where it was like the Koreans are the best at StarCraft. Like EU players just can't touch what the Koreans can do. There's never going to be an EU player that reaches that same level. Like Neeb got close. I mean, I'm not sure who got like the closest before that. There were kind of a few players, like even like Idra or someone like that.
Yeah, Snoot, you know,
Snoot,
Snoot, Scarlet, Idra. Yeah, Nania. I feel like Sarah was kind of like that was such a good storyline because he kind of disproved all these thoughts that we had previously. And it feels like Oliveira's kind of done that as well, where even now it was kind of like the champion's always going to be someone from Korea or EU. And it's going to be one of these like Cyril, Reina, or Mari Hero. Like
yeah. And you would think that if yeah, you'd think that like if another region were to throw its hat in the ring, it'd be like NA with like Neeb or Estrella, right? Maybe Estrella more than Neeb. But for China to come out, for Oliveira to come out, like crazy.
And I want to point out that for China specifically, NetEase ended their partnership with Blizzard. Like IEM. It's the region where if you want to actually play and practice, you need to get a VPN now to circumvent the whatchamacallit.
You could definitely make a strong argument that it's the region that gets neglected the most, and it's the region that gets supported the least.
That's what I was gonna say. It's maybe not necessarily the weakest region, but it's like you said, probably the region that got neglected a lot. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I shout out to the Chinese fans and the Chinese organizers as well. They definitely put in a lot of love to their scene, so that definitely helps a lot. But yeah, I mean, like, who would have thought that a player from China would be the world champion?
Yeah, and
right after they shut down the servers.
I feel like it's worth stressing as well that they didn't shut down the servers because of a lack of popularity.
Yeah, true.
Like the Chinese scene is actually really strong, and they closed down the servers. I think it was just a contractual disagreement between NetEase and Blizzard.
Yep. Yeah. It was a contractual disagreement, but like there hasn't been a replacement yet. Which is a bit of an unfortunate thing. Yeah. We don't really know what's gonna happen with that. But like more power to Oliveira and the Chinese community and the Chinese scene, which is pretty important, to be honest. I think a lot of people forget this at times, but like the Chinese community is not just propping themselves up, but it's propping everyone up in a way. Like if it wasn't for them, we probably wouldn't have a Korean scene. Like the Korean scene is fueled by Chinese teams, like which is pretty crazy to think about.
Yeah, a lot of us look at WTL now, and we're really grateful for having that. But let's not forget, as early as 2017, pretty shortly after Kespa ended their dropped StarCraft 2, there were a lot of very, very passionate and very, very rich Chinese fans who just came out and said, we want to get involved here. I remember in sometime after IEM Shanghai, I think, in 2018, there was an event that I think SC Boy organized, and it was sponsored again by a lot of investors coming down, where they specifically only invited the teamless Korean players. They invited Innovation, Kuro, I think, Actually, I think Rogue was in that, so maybe it wasn't just teamless Korean players, but a lot of teamless Korean players basically were invited to come down and just show what they have. And then, a couple of months later, we got Kaiser Gaming, we got Dragon Phoenix Gaming, we got... Oh, no, I don't think we had Dragon Phoenix yet, but we got Triumphant Sound Gaming and the like.
I forgot about TSG.
Yeah.
It's pretty an interesting kind of situation that we're in. But yeah, regardless, it was an amazing tournament. I think definitely gonna go down in the history books.
Mhm.
And I know that there's a lot still probably to come from this as well. I know people have been talking a little bit about it, especially in the WTL Discord, about maybe like time getting a lot of recognition. Like if you remember, after Cyril became the world champion, like he himself got a lot of recognition in his own country. He got in Finland, playing golf and being introduced to the prime minister and all this stuff. And it sounds like pretty similar things may be on the horizon for Oliveira as well. Getting a lot of support like nationally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really sick for the Chinese scene, and the Chinese scene was already. I feel like they were growing. I don't have the stats to back this up, and I'm pretty sure in the last year or two, the Chinese scene, especially just among players, has become stronger and stronger. It's kind of interesting as well, just because I know it's not the best conditions that the Chinese server has been closed down, but I think a lot of the Chinese players were playing on Korea anyway. Like Chinese server wasn't the most competitive server. So I think we're just kind of being more integrated as a community with the Chinese community, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Yeah. And we have that something that's a topic we're going to get into a little bit while later. And yeah, no, I 100% agree. I mean, half of my builds, I already steal them from Coffee. So if we get more visibility on Chinese players, then I think that can only be a good thing.
I mean, just speaking as a NA ladder player, every second game I play now is a new Chinese account with like 200 games on it.
There you go. They're migrating over, Poppy. They're coming.
Yes.
They're coming. Oh god. So yeah, like we were talking a lot about the event itself as a viewer, as maybe even a player a little bit. But there was one of us as well. It wasn't too publicly advertised, but of course the person here behind the production, Kuro, was live at the event, and she always is. To be fair, she's typically always at IEM Katowice. But this year she was there working at the event, behind the scenes, and we also kind of wanted to have her tell her story a little bit, because we don't really get a lot from the refs or from the production team. Sometimes we get like some vlogs from the casters, and it's always really cool to see how people are interacting behind the scenes. But yeah, maybe from a different perspective. The casting jersey.
Haha, Kuro, you have to go in the spotlight.
Kuro, come in, special correspondent.
The casting jersey who has become the referee jersey, huh?
Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, this was the first time I was actually on the staff side of things, unless you count casting, obviously. But like, this was the first time like I was on the inside of ESL, to put it that way, not as like an outsider, but like I could actually see how all of it is working.
How they do things.
How they do things, yes. So basically, I was part of the referee team, and there is no Kurokam, I'm sorry. But as the referee team, like your job is like basically making sure the tournament runs. Like you have production team to deal with the streaming and everything. You have like player managers to like actually make sure the players are where they should be. But like you are the one who makes sure that the tournament is running. So like you're doing the vetoes, you're making sure the setups are correct, like you're making sure the computers are working and like everything is set up. You're making sure like the sponsor logos are where they should be, because this is also something important. So basically like all these kinds of like managing the tournament itself is what falls to the referees. And also we are watching over the games.
Did you yell at anyone?
I didn't see. This is a thing, because I was like a little bit afraid of that like, oh, what if like a player gets upset and I'm gonna have to like deal with that, because like I tend to get like intimidated by people, like if they're like angry at me or something. everybody
Okay.
was so cooperative, actually. Like, I don't think we had any, like, serious issues with anyone. Like, sure, like, mistakes happen, but, like, I don't think anyone was, like, actually upset at something. Like, everybody was, like, actually willing to work with the referees, and, like, it seemed like everybody knew what the job is and, like, what they are supposed to do. Actually, I will say that story. When I was doing vetoes, I was doing my first best of 5 veto instead of best of 3s. And I actually started writing it down wrong because I forgot it was a best of 5. And I was like, oh, sorry, like I was writing it down wrong. And the players are, no, we were already doing it in the correct order. Don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, they are better at the job than I am. So
Nice.
That's the
Yeah.
difference between adminning and refereeing for an online tournament and an offline tournament.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a lot of this, a lot of things that, something that helps things kind of run smoothly is the fact that this is a relatively old game, and a lot of these players are very experienced. They've been to an IEM plenty of times. I'm sure a lot of this just comes down to some of the newer
Format is
players.
yeah.
Yeah. Because we've had COVID and all this stuff. Maybe some players. It's been a while since we've had an offline event. But it's good to hear that that for the most part everything was running smoothly and everyone was getting along.
yeah, like I was also thinking that like maybe like some of the newer players, like we had Tibu who wasn't at offline events, I think, like this big. We had like Coffee who also I don't think was on an events like this. Like we had a few players who haven't been there before, but everyone was adapting just fine. Like, I don't think there were like super serious issues like. So yeah, that was actually really smooth.
Yeah, all the issues were from tech and not people.
I mean, look, there's always some stuff happening, but like nothing, major.
Nice.
Yeah, nothing major,
Yeah.
nothing special.
Oh,
Oh,
terrible.
God, I'm leaving.
Shaking. my head. Oh my god.
But no,
But yeah, it was,
to say the story about the card, because Yaku did mention the card before.
Haha!
So what happens is, I don't know exactly how it worked, but like basically the staff had like a deck of cards. I think it was like a pilot version or whatever you want to call it. But like basically like there was like a deck or two for the entirety of staff, which means like referees, player managers, like production, like everyone. So that's a lot of people, and we were able to like pick 2 cards. I think we could pick 2 at the time. And what happened was, because I just wanted to pick players that I found cool, that I liked. A lot of players were already missing because they got picked or whatever. And I was like browsing the deck. I'm like, oh, there's Oliveira. That's kind of cool. Like, I knew he was a good player, but like I didn't like know him much. But what I liked about him was when he played in the 2v2 tournament, in the WTL 2v2 tournament, because what Oliveira came up with. Oh, I'm just gonna go straight to Serral and ask him if he wants to play. Like, let's just pick the top players straight up. And that's part of it. But then I saw them play in the tournament and they were cooperating. It wasn't like, oh, Oliveira picked a good player to like carry him and like Serral was doing everything. But they were actually playing together and like exchanging information, like exchanging strategy. And that's what impressed me about Oliveira, that he was like not only like aiming high, but like also he was like willing to like cooperate and like actually have a conversation with all these players. And that's something he does a lot apparently.
If you'll recall, there was that one game in the 2v2 finals against Hero and Dark where Serral straight up left, and then a few minutes later Oliveira won the game.
that was a thing, yeah. But like basically like that's what really impressed me about him. So like I just like he was playing, I was like, okay, Oliveira card, I'm gonna pick it. And then like it was like the final day, we were like on the backstage and we were watching like him cruise through the playoffs, and somebody was like, so did anybody got an Oliveira card? And I don't think anybody got it. I'm like, well, I did.
It's all coming together.
The stonks, Papi, the stonks.
The stonks were real.
Kuro blessing.
So as I saw him winning the final, I was like, okay, well, normally I'm not like really into like signatures and stuff. I do have a few, but like I don't put like a huge value on them. But I mean, he won the finals. He's the world champion. I mean, I need a signature, so I did get that card signed in the end. And I do have a signed Oliveira card now.
Oh
my god. And
oh my god.
And you need
I was
to
like,
Just show it off.
Yes, I have it on the stream as well. So yes, I have a signed Oliveira card.
That is like
it's in like
the
a
hottest item in StarCraft.
yeah.
Right
It's
now.
it's like in a card sleeve. Like I got gifted like a card sleeve for
you
like
signed it in
Magic.
Chinese too. Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
The things that Asher would do for that card, Kuro. You've got
You make another sandwich.
Oh my god!
Oh, no.
Put
He'll
whatever
eat
I would-
you want in it.
I would eat only that sandwich for breakfast every day for a year.
Yeah. That is not going to be good for your blood
That's a
sugar.
sick-
Oh no!
That's a very cool item. That's a memory you'll get to keep forever. That's really nice.
Yeah, like as
Yeah.
I said, like normally I wouldn't do it, but I mean, look, he made it
Mm.
all the way. I had to do this. But I will say, I was looking for a clip from the last podcast, and as I was browsing the video, I reached our predictions, and I actually did pick Oliveira as my hard pick for the finals, if you remember.
Oh.
I was like, oh, I did say that.
Oh, it's all coming
Nice.
together.
I didn't even remember that.
Kuro blessing.
Because if you remember, like I
Kuro's
think
the most correct out of all of us.
like for like head pick, I don't remember who I pick. I think I picked like a Raynor or someone. I don't remember right now, but I remember
I
like
think
for
you
the
Dark or Cyril?
yeah, maybe. I think I actually said Raynor Dark or Sarah Dark or something. I think I also picked a ZVZ. I'm pretty sure I also picked a ZVZ.
Yeah. I remember because you picked the ZVZ finals as well, and I was
Yeah,
like,
I was like, yeah, makes sense. And then you asked me for Happy. I'm like, okay, so obviously Hero, because I'm a big Hero fan. And then who would be the other one? And like I had a few picks, and then I was like, okay, so what if it was Oliveira? And it's
we're
just
like,
so
get out
fun.
of here, Kuro.
It's just so funny in retrospective.
See, but I mean, that's why it's a heart pick and not a head pick. Turns out, the heart believed when the head couldn't.
Yeah, this is such a funny coincidence. But hey,
Yeah.
I have a souvenir now.
Yeah.
Maybe, all right, conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Kuro makes the hard prediction of Oliveira winning,
Uh-huh.
and then she gets the card, and she's like, if I can get a signature, this will be worth millions. So
Yes, that's
she's
exactly
adding in
right.
the tournament.
Clearly, 100%.
She sabotages the
Hey, you know,
computers of Raynor and Hero and Maru, and she's whispering them during the
See,
game.
the thing is, I wasn't even
You're
on
gonna
stage that
lose.
day, so your theory falls apart.
Yeah, you weren't on stage because you were
Oh, you weren't on
behind the
stage, you were
scenes.
behind the
Aha!
stage.
You could have sabotaged
You're under the
night
tables,
before.
pulling on the. You're under the table, pulling on all the cables. You pull on the mouse cable. You're just yanking the mouse cable.
Every
Yeah.
now and then, you would, like just bump up and
Yeah,
make
exactly.
Raynor and Hero just like shift in their chair,
Oh my god.
jump in their chair.
The truth is out. The
Oh,
truth
no.
is out.
All coming together. We thought there was a Zerk cabal. It was the Kuro cabal.
Everything is revealed now. Oh no. But yeah, it's just really exciting to watch because I myself did not expect this to happen, so it was even more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool as well, just because you were able to even get those cards. We didn't really get to talk about it, but I guess now may as well. The fact that they were showing off the stats and player cards, very WTL inspired, very clearly WTL inspired, for IEM Katowice, but they actually made physical cards,
Yes.
and I don't know why. I don't know who doesn't like money, but
No.
they
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah,
sell the cards.
Why are they not
See, the
selling
problem
them?
is, which
Yeah.
Sinistro brought up before on stream, is that because there is the logo of StarCraft and the logo on the race of the card, we cannot sell them. Like ESL cannot sell them. They cannot get money from it.
Blizzard,
I mean,
damn it.
they can make a variant where you can, like, I don't know, replace
that
the
was
race flag
considered.
with like a
Why would
country
you
flag or
not?
something.
Yeah, that was
Like, you
considered, but I don't
why
know
would
what happened with
want
this
to have-
idea.
But
And
why
you
would
can get rid of
want
the-
to have the race at least, though? Like, I can understand getting rid of the logo, but
Mhm.
you would at least want to have the race on there.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know if there is like a way to like make a workaround about this, but I know that like the reason why they are not being sold is because of the StarCraft IP, that they are just not allowed to sell them.
Yeah, I remember. I think Sinistro was saying it, or maybe someone else on Twitter, about how they need to, like, if they're going to like make certain merch, they have basically, to be safe, they have to make it like ESL branded, like ESL focused. But I feel like you can very easily do that though with player, like as in you can just get rid of the StarCraft logo
cards,
and other things to adjust it just so it meets the criteria, and then you can get away with it, and then you can sell it, because I'm sure people would love that.
You get rid of the race symbol and you just put a letter T. Z.
I mean, personally, I really hope that they're gonna like find a way, because this would be like a great thing for people to collect, and I know that people would want to collect these.
I would dump,
Like there have been player cards in the past. You had the WCS player cards. You had like the Base Rate TV made cards for their events. So like we know that these things like do decently, but like
trading cards. Oh man. So cool.
And ESL does have cards for other games. I'm pretty sure there are cards for CS:GO.
They have them for CS:GO. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a matter of figuring out, the low aspect of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Goddamn law.
To be fair,
ruining everything.
I'm sure this is something that if we do have another World Finals, I'm sure this is something that they probably will do for it, just because especially because they have a little bit more freedom, perhaps, and probably more incentive to make money as well. And they probably want to try and figure out the best way that they can kind of monetize the product that they're going to be working with.
I mean, we also
regardless,
we also know that like the community really like them, so maybe that's also like part of it. That like if the idea is accepted, then maybe it's like more motivation to like make it again.
Definitely.
See, WTL did it.
Yaku with the player cards. Let's go.
Yeah, true. WTL also has cards. They don't have race on them.
They don't have race.
They don't have the logo either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they got around it.
Yeah. See, they figured out a way. If anyone can translate the Mandarin, by the way, that's at the top of the player cards. Very much appreciated. I don't want to dig through my boxes of Primary 3 Mandarin to try to figure out what they say.
Get on it, Asher. Get on it.
But here's the thing. They do have Artanis on one of them. X-Fax one.
It's true. It's true. But did you have any other fun facts or tidbits for us, Kuro, about working?
I don't know if I have fun facts, but I will say that this was the best organized team I have ever worked in. And I don't know if it's. I'm starting to think maybe it's because I was not the leader of the team. That might have been the part of it, because like it's not like the entire responsibility was on me. Like I was just part of the team, and like we're all doing the same job essentially. So actually,
they all know what they're doing.
Yeah, and they all know what they're doing. Actually, like the entire team was extremely helpful to me, like the entire time. Like they would always like give me tips on what they do and how they do things and stuff like that. But I think like the important thing is, because I remember on the first day I was like getting kind of stressed, because we had the plan of like, oh yeah, like you do these matches, I do these matches, and so on. And I remember that I started falling behind just because I was doing another thing at the time. Not even that I was doing it bad, just, matches aligned differently because they are different length on the games and so on. And I remember I was a bit worried about that like, I had my part to do and I couldn't do it. But the thing is, the entire philosophy of the team is that like, you just do what is needed. Like you just, feel for another person if they can't be there. And like nobody is like trying to avoid this. Like everybody's actually asking for more work. So it's like a really ambitious team, and like everybody is like feeling for each other. So it's really well organized, and I was really impressed by that.
Well, I'm hurt and offended by that comment, but I am very glad to hear that it went well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. I think right now, Kuro is showing off the ref team, the admin team that was there at IEM.
Gloves, which is how you can distinguish them.
It's really cool to hear as well that Sinistro, he was kind of, I don't know if he was necessarily the one that put it together, but like the team was put together very specifically.
I think he actually picks the people.
Well overall.
I think he was in charge.
I think he actually picks the people who are in the team.
Yep.
Like he's the responsible for who is in the team. And
I hope that
No, I was just
Ooh, I
gonna
didn't see
say
this
like
one.
he's a good team leader. I know that he doesn't like when I say that, but he is a good team leader. And he was like, keeping everyone together. And like I remember that basically at some point, because as I said at the beginning, we tried to like plan, who is doing what. But at some point, it was just like I would come up to this and like, what needs to be done? This and this. Okay, I'm going to do this. Another person comes. What needs to be done? Okay, we need this and this much. And like just everybody knew what they were doing. So it's just really well working.
Yeah. I hope that he's able to continue with that as well. Just because I know that I remember he did it with, I think it was Atlanta as well, where he kind of like picks and chooses and kind of like constructs the team, and he's able to like fly people in. I remember he flew Ice Scar into Atlanta and stuff like that. And it'd be cool if maybe you have other opportunities in the future to like go to some of these events to work with
Astro, if you're still in the chat, I saw you earlier.
I know he's listening.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just saying, man,
I don't think any of
the
us
best admins in the world.
True.
He's one of the best. Straight up the best admin in the world.
Okay, let's not go too far.
Yeah. I don't think any
I
of us
know
are
you're not
surprised.
good. That's why I have to.
I don't think any of us is surprised that Kuro did a very good job. I think we're all expecting that.
Yeah.
I think we all know how good Kuro is at this.
Yeah.
I think even I saw in a Platinum Heroes chat that I'm in as well. I don't know if you know Magnath Kuro, but he was saying that you're one of the best admins out there. So
I remember
high price, but okay.
way back in the day, man. Yeah, we knew Magnath since before he was an admin.
Yeah, Magnath
he doesn't give praise out lightly, so he was very, very, very complimentary of your skills.
But yeah, but what do I want to say? No, it was wrong with nothing. Go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been a long time coming. Like here, like we've kind of done a lot of work, right? Like for years now, we've been running our own events, and even before that, Kuro was working on Olima League back in the day as well.
Not as an admin, though.
and
even the
yeah.
But even then, there was like you had your start in some of the smaller Polish cups and whatnot going down. This was way back in the day of HOTS still.
I mean, it wasn't a Polish, but like I did have some smaller cups. But yeah, because you were talking about like how it was perfect for Kuro. Well, let me tell you, once they started showing me the spreadsheets, I was like, yes, spreadsheets.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Spread those sheets, papi.
It's just kind of like, can you take a look? Can you take a look at these? And you just grab all of them. You go,
just grab the monitor,
I will fix all of this.
Take all the spreadsheets.
I will say, Sinistro has really nice spreadsheets. I actually don't get upset at them, which is not common.
Beautiful.
Okay. I see how it is. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Just
Don't make spreadsheets, Yago. What are you trying to say? What are you talking about right now? That's it.
You would not want to see my personal notes spreadsheets for my bill orders and stuff. They are disgusting and messy.
I made a spreadsheet.
Awful.
Hold on. It's not related to StarCraft, but I made a spreadsheet.
I don't really understand how spreadsheets work. Like my brain just goes all over the page and then suddenly nothing relates to anything else.
But yeah, just overall, a great World Finals, a great storyline as well. Great people working behind it.
I will say, I wish they had realized. I wish they had realized sooner that they should have hired Kuro. But I'm glad they finally did.
Yeah, it was cool to see that like kind of come together as well. Especially because like it feels like everything kind of should have lined up in a way where like Kuro's native to Poland, like she's not that far away from Katowice as well. She's been there every year. Yeah,
that is a thing, and also because IEM is like a well-established event that's been going on for many years, and it's a big event at this point. Like everything is well organized in terms of like the event itself, so it's also easy to work with because everything is where it should be.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, can you show our player cards?
Our player cuts?
Our player cards.
Look in the thread, the PondCast thread in Discord.
Oh. Is this happening? Hold on.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Oh,
There
look
needs to
at
be
it.
there
Look
needs to
at
be
it.
an extra stat though. There needs to be like for light. There needs to be a pants stat. That's just 0.
Zero.
Yep. 0 pens, puppy.
There needs to
0
be like
pens.
one stat that's unique to each player.
Oh my! So okay, now I have to go into the story here a little bit. For those wondering, and I'm sure Kuro is going to be showing it on stream. Behind the scenes, it was after IEM Katowice, if I recall correctly, right? Or was it during when you
It
guys
was
were
right
kind of
after.
right after the Oceanic community, the ANZ community came together and they're like, you know what? It'd be fun if we made our own player cards with our own stats, because clearly these people that work behind the scenes at WTL and even at IEM Katowice, some of these stats don't make any sense, right?
I mean,
We're gonna have the
range
most accurate of numbers and stats out there. So yeah, they came together and they made it a reality. It's crazy.
I just realized there's an additional stat that says ego if you zoom in or if you
Yeah.
expand the thingy.
I also like how there's a mental and brain as 2 separate stats.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
differentiate.
Well, one is like
One
the
is EQ.
yeah, one is the
And-
XY kind of like mental fortitude, I think, and the other is just how smart you are.
I like to imagine that brain has nothing to do with actual in-game stuff. It's just like how much trivia do you know?
Oh, I have the size of your cranium. Like, what? Oh god. But Asher, do you have any? I think you were working a little bit more on these, right? Am I crazy?
I didn't touch him. It was just Chappie.
Oh, Chappie, there you go. Shout out to Chappie. So there were player cards made for myself, AsherBro, Chappie, Pez, Faz, Azure, and XZ Oreo, like who you would expect to see, as well as some other kind of community members of the ANZ scene. They all kind of you had to opt in for it. We had some player player cards made, which is pretty sick. Do you have anything to say about your numbers?
Will you print
Asher?
them? Will you print them and sell them though as merch?
Are we gonna sell them as merch? Who's gonna buy this nonsense?
The mental was so low because I think I was on like a 400 MMR dip for the 2 weeks before that. I'd crashed in my MMR. I was like 4.6 or something. And pretty much every call that I was on, I was like playing like 50 games the same day and like screaming about how like awful every player that I was playing against was and how like mech is the worst thing ever. Just smooching super hard on the call. So I think I hurt my mental stat a little bit on the lead up to these cards getting made.
Just a little bit. I was gonna say that what you're describing, I don't know if that's any different to how you usually are. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Let's relax, all right?
I have a question about ego. Is more or less better?
More is you have more.
You have a bigger ego. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're actually confident, You exude that.
Well, not. I mean,
it's not necessarily a good thing.
Ego.
It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
So you minus.
Let me put it this way:
minus off.
Chappie's ego was very high, and his mental and brain were very low.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I can get behind that. To be fair, if you remember, I did give Chappie the biggest mental possible because of his copium. Because he could take like a 4-0 loss and still believe that he came out the winner. Okay, and that's strong mental.
I don't know if that's mental so much as it is ego. But I feel like Chappie has a pretty big brain.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's still. I love you, Chappie. I love you. Oh my god. So yeah, we just had a little bit of fun. With those stats, and
I'm gonna print them out.
Yeah. If you're a part of the ANZ community, you can be privy to some of the other player cards that were made. Oh my god. But yeah, overall it was overwhelmingly, I feel like a good event. And yeah, I don't know, was there anything else that you guys wanted to say about it, add to it?
I know there is, but I don't remember what it is.
I just wanted to say as well, someone pointed this out on Twitter. I can't remember who it was. But the moment of Oliveira winning the whole tournament and having his big interview on stage, and he was getting teary and saying all the normal man stuff. Shout out to Smix as well, who like really raised that moment as well with her empathy.
Yeah.
This isn't my idea. Someone else pointed this out, but like that was like that really brought the moment up as well.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
Yeah, I think Smix is pretty much a master of that. There are definitely a few moments in the past I can think of where she's done the same thing to other players who have won. I remember when Cyril won, that was similar. I remember when Sue won, but yeah, it definitely also felt extra special this year.
Yeah, definitely. I think that also, comes down to kind of the team that came together for IEM Katowice when it comes to the talent as well. Like Smix is very ingrained in StarCraft. It's always a weird thing if she's ever not hosting an IEM or not hosting a DreamHack, which has happened sometimes, or maybe she comes in a little bit later, like a couple of days later. But yeah, it's I guess we're kind of really lucky to have that, where we have like that kind of mainstay host that cares about the players, that cares about the game.
I will never forget that one behind the scenes photo that was, I think it was posted by ESL, or I don't remember, which was showing Smix like going through notes. And it wasn't just the fact that she had notes that impressed me. It was how detailed those notes were and how like many stuff that she actually fit into those tiny little cards that really impressed me. It's like she really, and it'd be like she would be writing all of them out. And then before having to go onto the stage, she'd have to decide, okay, what are the handful of like important questions that I really have to ask, and it's always a very tough. That's always a very tough decision to make. I think when you want to know everything, but you're strapped for time and you have to prioritize.
Yeah, definitely. I always have a lot of respect for that sort of stuff. There are some casters that do that as well, which is always really, really cool to see. Like especially like
Well, Zombie Grub does it every single IEM. Zombie Grub gets coaching with one player of each race, and I think it really shows in the casting. I mean, that's something that I particularly appreciate. I don't know how much of the casting I actually listened to in this event, but when the casters are on top of the meta, because I feel like that's something, except for like maybe Pig, Cats, and Roddy, who are playing ladder at a higher level, that's something that's going to be pretty hard for the casters to keep their finger on the pulse with. So yeah, definitely shout out to ZG as well for like putting that kind of effort into it, and the rest of the cast as well. It seemed like everyone was pretty knowledgeable about the current patch.
Definitely. And I'm sure it's also one of those things where like Zombie Grub, she can also give that knowledge to the casters as well, right? To the other people that she's working with. Like that's like at the end of the day, you're working together as a team, and you want everyone to do well because it makes you look better as well, like for the entire show, for the benefit of the show. So yeah, it's definitely really cool whenever that does happen, and a lot of respect to the people that put in the hard work as well. All kind of leading up to a good show overall. And yeah, that was IEM. I didn't really expect for us to kind of talk about IEM for so long, to be honest.
I did. I knew it was. I thought we would be. I thought we would be going on for another like 40 minutes. If I'm being honest, there's just so much that happened in IEM.
Yeah. There was, to be fair. And I think one of the big things as well is the aftermath of IEM. I feel like what was important for Oliveira as well is that if he could maintain form, right? He kind of came out of nowhere like this to like rock everyone's world. And that was the kind of the storyline going through WTL. I was lucky enough to cast a lot of that with Asher and KaiZ Gaming in WTL. They didn't have the same Cinderella story, but mate, it was just such another. Yeah, it was such another way for Oliveira to really like cement himself as the best player out there. Yeah, it was amazing to see. It was amazing to witness.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much of this, but just looking through the results, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I am a little bit surprised that a lot of these were just like Oliveira doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Rayner did a lot at the start, I guess, but yeah. Against Shopify Rebellion and against Storm Gaming, that was oof.
Yeah, definitely. Like again, it's a bit of a different format. It isn't the 1v1 that we all know and love, but it's become,
Whoa.
a pretty important event overall for these teams. And to see Oliveira alongside Rayner and Spirit go up against again the best players in the world and to make it all the way to the grand finals. Yeah, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that as well, Asher, because you were able to cast a lot of that or all of it even.
Yeah. If anything, I was kind of surprised that they didn't do as well in the regular season. I don't really remember enough about the regular season to remember why. Because it felt like I don't know, it felt like some of the teams that they went through on the way to the top, I'm not going to single out anyone obviously, but it feels like some of the teams that they went through, they felt significantly stronger than at this point. And for me, it's just kind of, it's weird because Oliveira's always been good. I mean, I remember back on the Blackburn map pool looking at some of his games in the first person view when the replay packs came out and going like, this build was literally perfect. Like he executed this to actual perfection. How is he not like one of the top Terrans in the world? And I've always felt like he's very strong, but it felt like Kazi underperformed a little bit in the regular season and then kind of performed as if they should just have always been a top 3 team when it came to the playoffs. It's very odd.
I think, I mean, it just shows you go on, Yaku.
No. I mean, I'm just gonna say one thing. I do think that not to single anybody out here, because he did perform really well overall and in the playoffs as well. I do feel like it is kind of the story of Rayner a little bit, where he does underperform a lot in the group stage, but then when he gets into the playoffs, he really turns it on, and that might have bled into the other players a little bit in KyC Gaming for that season.
Well,
but I feel like it's very normal.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say that KyC Gaming in the regular season, I feel like is probably what we typically expect from those players. Like Rayner's obviously one of the best Zergs in the world, but it was like him like carrying the team. And I think this playoff bracket really shows how far Oliveira and Spirit have come.
Yep.
We saw it in IEM Katowice where both of them did pretty well for themselves. So, I mean, obviously Oliveira won the entire thing and he popped off, but even Spirit did better than I think we thought he would, or he got a really respectable kind of standing at the end of the day as well.
I'm really surprised that he was able to take out Maru in the match against ANZ Gaming. Maru had to be revived at the end of it because Spirit took a game off of him.
Yeah, so both Spirit and Oliveira really stepped things up overall in skill level, and that really showed in both IEM and here as well. And yeah, like their results were amazing. It was great to see not just Oliveira, showing off again, against Ragnarok, against Björn, against Hearthstone, but also Spirit
Björn.
putting it. He made 2-0 Björn, he 2-0 Hearthstone.
These are like, I think we forget because he did so well in IEM, but these are results that we wouldn't expect from him normally. Like it's weird to see him 2-0ing like all the top Terrans.
Yeah. I mean, look at his games against Psystorm, like he took down the entire team, Poppy. Oh my, he's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like if these playoffs happened like a couple of months ago, or like at the end of December, like was initially speculated, we would have a very different perspective.
Yes, 100%. I do think that we would have such a different view, especially on Oliveira going into Katowice. But because this is afterwards, this is like, all right, Oliveira, can you do it again?
Yeah, just beat everyone. Like it's normal for you, right?
Yeah,
But it's
just
like,
do it again, Poppy. Crazy.
It's one of those things where like I don't personally want to. I never have believed and didn't really want to believe that like how much you believe in yourself really matters that much. Like, especially in a game of StarCraft, I'm just like, well, it doesn't really matter if you believe in yourself. If the other guy's just better than you, like, what are you gonna do? Like, they're just better.
You're gonna perform better though if you do believe in yourself. Is how I look at it.
Well, I just never really thought it mattered that much, but I feel like that's the only really big difference I can see in his play, because I feel like Oliveira was kind of always this good, but it's just like the confidence that's taken him to another level.
Maybe. I don't know about that. I don't know if I would go as far as to say he's always been that good. I would say maybe like the seeds were there and they were planted and they were like, they were sprouting. I don't want to take away from the hard work that Oliveira like spoke about himself. The month leading up to IEM and the fact that
he grinded.
Yeah, like Kuro was kind of touching on how social he is as well, and how because I guess he gets along with so many players, he has such a wide breadth of practice partners as well. So like very clearly, like the work paid off. It's just one of those things where like, yeah, sometimes when you're grinding that hard, it can be a little bit difficult to get perspective on yourself. It reminds me a little bit of there's animes where this happens.
Yeah.
He reminds me so much of Migs, actually. I feel like, depending on how much more StarCraft we have, Migs is kind of the same, where it's like everyone who like really knows the scene deeply always knew that time was this good. Like, I feel like most good Terrans, people like Thermal did a video on him like a year or two ago where he was just saying like time's like one of the best Terrans in the world and is criminally underrated. That's a cool one to go back and watch now with that context, by the way. Thermal's always believed in time like that. But like all these Terrans in the know and like a lot of Terrans in the community have kind of always known that time is like a really, really good player. And it's one of these things, you kind of see it when like Migs plays games as well, where like people in the chat will be like, yeah, we all know that Migs is like insanely cracked. And like some people are like not surprised when he beats like some of these top players that he beats, like when he beat Rattata in the World Team League and stuff. Like the people that know him are kind of like, yeah, like we kind of know he's that good. And I feel like it's kind of a similar situation.
I think it comes down to agree. Yeah, it may come down to just consistency, right? Where like you've seen them peak before, so that you know that they can do it again. But it's hard to kind of maintain that form, right? Like we've seen Migs pop off and like beat Beyond like in TVTs, and stuff like that, like crazy results. It's like, mate, you've done it before, you can do it again. But like to be able to just consistently bring that form time and time again is kind of what's more difficult to do, especially when you're kind of breaking into that kind of higher echelon of player. And I guess that's potentially what Oliveira has done, right? Where he can kind of access that inner self that much more frequently. And that almost kind of paid off here. It happened during the events for the people that were maybe not there live. We were lucky enough to have some people in the chat translating, because there were a lot of Chinese interviews that were going on. And Oliveira, I think one of the storylines or one of the big things going through this event is that WTL finals were over 3 days, and over the course of those days, you could even hear it in day 2. Oliveira was getting worn out, mate. He was like, he was like, mate, I'm not just. I just won IEM Katowice.
I'm a normal guy.
I'm a normal man. I'm getting all these interviews and I'm getting all this spotlight. I'm getting all this attention and I'm trying to play my best, but I need a break.
When he said before the DPG game that he didn't think that they were going to beat DPG, I was kind of just like, okay, yeah, like DPG is just going to smash them. If he like 100% that just like doesn't believe that they can beat them and he's just happy he got this far, like let's let him have his rest.
Yeah, we saw him napping. Well, we saw him like closing his eyes and resting in between games, like he was that tired where he was just spent completely. And to be fair, like he had a really good showing. Like even I think even before the semifinals against Psystorm, like Oliveira was talking about like how he was hoping that maybe he wouldn't have to play against Psystorm and that maybe Raynor could just like clean things up because he just wants to rest. But even after that, when he rocked up, mate, he sweeps the team entirely. So it's like, oh, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe he doesn't need to rest. No, he does.
That was all he had left.
Yeah. he was running on fumes after that. He was completely exhausted. Oh god. But despite that though, it was still really inspiring and really I was still in awe to see Oliveira still performing that well in WTL.
As was I.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. And then the end last match as well. A little bit of a weird storyline there with Cure popping off, taking out Reynor Oliveira, then Reynor again, and then just mic dropping and leaving TPG.
Yeah. That's actually one of our topics for the list.
Yes, Smurge, Papi, Smurge. I mean,
All right.
Kira did really well for himself. He's he's always just a solid player overall, and he was able to do it for his team. A little bit unfortunate what happened afterwards, but yeah. Shout out to DPG for their 4th crown. They've literally won every season of WCL. Crazy.
Yeah. I'm now obligated to cheer against them every single team league from now on.
Oh god. Yeah, we'll see how much longer you can cheer against them though. Before I'm alluding to something there. Before we get into like potentially some team changes, some roster changes, there has been some rumors, there have been some news coming out from WTL. If I'm not mistaken, I think SC Boy, I think it was on the WTL Discord. They were talking about how Oliveira is getting approached for like a TV show or to run either a series or a movie based on his esports run, which is pretty sick to hear, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge news after Oliveira ran, especially, I'm not sure if it was the entirety of China, but at the very least in Shanghai, where, Oliveira is from, they were promoting it and they were cheering really hard. Like, people who have never even been interested in esports before, all of a sudden they're like, oh, one of our boys won the world championship of something. Yeah, he's getting a lot of publicity in that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Cloudy came back.
Cloudy came back. He's inspired, puppy.
I think SC Boy, he was talking about how watching Oliveira watching and casting him in the World Finals, there were so many ex-StarCraft pro gamers that were coming back, that were popping up in the chat just to watch and cheer for Oliveira. Like the Chinese community really came together for that entire run. And that spells kind of good things for them. And that's going to lead into potentially even more support that we're going to get from the Chinese scene, from SC Boy. Of course, they're behind WTL. And they may even do more than just WTL. Obviously, they haven't announced the next season yet. But there's definitely, it's not all doom and gloom. And there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel. A lot of people are looking to step up and looking to support.
Kuro is reminding us, SC Boy had to not just shave their heads, get their heads shaven by Oliveira because they didn't believe he beat Reynor.
He pulled an Asher, puppy.
He pulled an Asher. If I wasn't a fan of Oliveira before, I'm a fan of him now just because he is killing. He is making everybody lose their bets.
Exactly. For those who don't know, SC Boy, or was it F9? F91?
It was F91, yeah.
Yeah, so
I think it's F91 and Xiaose?
Yeah. They ended up shaving their heads, and the VOD, or they filmed it, and it's on the VOD for WTL.
Yep.
It's some of the extra.
I think it was playing during the ad breaks as well.
Yeah,
or in ad breaks. It was beautiful.
They didn't just shave their heads. Oliveira helped shave their heads. Specifically,
he did. They waited until
he came in. And a hairdresser.
Yeah, he can do it all.
Just a normal man. I'm just a normal hairdresser, just trying to get by.
Yeah, he's a hairdresser by day, world champion by night, Oh my god. So really, really cool to see. They did film a lot of extra content for WTL. The production value was actually really impressive. Actually, if you remember, they had the spaceship
last season.
Yeah.
They lifted
could I
off it
forget?
into. That was the best part. No.
No. The best part was let's get this show on the road.
The very clear sound bites where the voice was clearly the guy recorded like game 1, game 2, and the team names as well, and they just had to press the correct button to kind of line it all up. It was beautiful.
It was.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to add about WTL? Of course, it was an amazing season. We got to participate in it as well. You know, CranKy Ducklings. You know, technically one of the best teams in the world for this season of WTL. Feels
Not
good.
even technically, you know. That's just a fact.
It's just a fact. It just is.
It's not showing up. It got printed.
There you go.
Yeah. Hidden mix.
Smoke.
Migs.
I need to get rid of the background for a sec.
Go for it. Migs and the CranKy Ducklings are immortalized in the merchandise of WTL. Feels good, man. Feels good. There you go.
It says here, ducks fly together.
Ducks fly.
It's not clear, but
it's okay. Yeah, it's not. You're not helping. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, trust me, that's what it says.
Yeah, we didn't have the best season overall, but I'm still proud of what our players could do in the end. Vindicta, Patty Mac, Dolan, Eric and Oreo as well. When they were needed, they did show off a couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had some big games. I mean, we had Migs taking out Ratata and a laser. We had Patty Mac
versus Rainer is
Patty Mac should have 2-0'd Rainer, you know.
Game of Rainer, game of Clem.
Game of Clem, yep. Oh my god. We saw a lot of very special and amazing Dolan builds.
The Stargazer special was debuted in WTL. Unfortunately, there's no more Stargazer, but man, that's a good build.
So yeah, it was great to see, and overall it was great to cover as well. You know, if you want to tune into the VODs, you know, they're all over YouTube. But did you have anything else you guys want to add before we moved on to some of the other news of the week?
I already mentioned that I hate Dragon Phoenix Gaming now, so I guess not.
I hate them. They're awful.
Wow. Just keep winning.
Yourself, Asher. Yourself.
Tell us how much you hate Dragon Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, they're alright.
Oh my god. Well, with that, then we have a bunch of roster changes, and you kind of touched on it. I guess straight away, one of the big ones is Cure leaving DPG. Which is pretty insane, just because Cure doesn't. This almost feels like a Rain event. Where if you remember, Rain retired right after he won a GSL. Like,
not even before that, he left SK Telecom for my insanity, and then won a GSL, and then retired.
They said Cure has another team lined up.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's got another team lined up already.
I know they confirmed that Cure's not retiring. So,
I would hope not, but like, Cure is pretty good right now, and I don't know why, or for DPG to let him go was pretty shocking. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. So I guess he must have gotten a better offer somewhere else, I guess.
I would imagine so, yeah, because I do feel like Cure has been a little bit overshadowed by, you know, the likes of Dark, and before he retired there was Zest, and recently there was Hero as well. But Cure, I feel, has done for as decently as he's done in individual events. I really do feel like he was kind of the backbone of the team events in a way. Like, he was probably the most consistent player in WTL for Dragon Phoenix Gaming. The stats might not back this up, but that's always how I view Cure anyway in team events. Even back in January, back in Pro League, that's how I felt about Cure. He's more of a team. He performs better in team leagues than in individual leagues, and he does pretty damn well in individual leagues recently.
Like speculating a little bit, I also wouldn't be surprised that because DPG is a team full of champions and full of really high caliber players, because Cure gets like overshadowed by them in individual tournaments and results, it's very possible that DPG don't value him as much, and like they're not like giving him an amazing kind of that like their salary to him just isn't like really what he wants, and it's possible that like on a different team he can be more of a star player and he can be maybe appreciated a little bit more. I still don't really know what team that would be, but I would assume that that's more of what it is.
Creighton brings up a good point. He's a free agent now, Light.
Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. CranKy Cure. Yo. That has a ring to it. CranKy Cure. I like it.
Cure.
Oh
That's
my
what
god.
we need. Yet another Terran player.
We have so many.
We actually only have two.
So many. Oh my god. So yes, I don't think we really know where he's going to kind of land, but I'm sure by the next podcast we'll have an answer. I'm sure.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't make sense to make any predictions.
Nah, we don't.
Yeah, we don't. He could join Kai. He wait, was he on? No, I was thinking of Bunny. Never mind. I was like, yo, Kaizi Gaming, they let go of a lot of players recently. Maybe they're going to be picking it up. And speaking of Kaizi Gaming, letting go of a bunch of players, I guess another pretty big one is Rainer.
Yeah, that was really wild. Right after WTL, Rainer got let go, and we were like, "What? What is happening right now?" It's because there was so much fire around Kaizi during and after WTL for Rainer to immediately leave. One, it makes sense because I'm sure the Kaizi contract is centered around WTL, so like once the contract ends, it would be after the season finals. But yeah, kind of crazy that that he would be offered and picked up by another team straight after that.
Yeah, which in hindsight, probably not too surprising, but it was still kind of at least a little bit shocking just this morning when I woke up and I was like, Basilisk signs the other top Zerg player world champion in Rainer. So now they have Trigger, Cyril, and Rainer. They're putting together one hell of a WTL team. This is now the word I was thinking of, which is like
roster.
There we go. One hell of a WTL roster.
Yeah, I think we were kind of speculating about that last week, right? We were like, okay, if Basilisk needs one more player, who's it going to be? And we were thinking of like teamless players because that kind of makes sense. We're like, who can they pick up that's still looking for a place to be? Little did we know that they're just gonna take whatever they want.
we knew that Basilisk has money to throw around. They might as well get their money's worth, is what I say.
Yeah. We didn't know how much money, but for them to get Cyril and Rainer and Trigger, like, damn, that's impressive.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that you include Trigger in that emphasis.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I think
world champions.
Yeah, I think something that's a little bit sad about this is that I don't think this is a rumor. I think this is confirmed. We don't have it as like a roster change on the list. But I'm pretty sure Kaizi is going to dissolve as a team.
I doubt it very much so.
Because I'm pretty sure SC Boys said that DPG were acquiring them. Like they're basically being
that would make sense.
Yeah. So
but
yeah, so like the quote unquote rumor going around that's like being said by certain Chinese sources is that Kaizi is a team. I think they've been offered like an acquisition for DPG to just pick him up and basically take Oliveira.
Yeah. That would make more sense to me, because if Kaiser Gaming were just going to dissolve and just let go of their players, I would be super, super, super surprised, because more so than any other team in China, I feel like Kaiser Gaming is the one that was kind of put together specifically to support a certain player. Like, it was put together specifically to support Oliveira, and that's why, after it was announced, it almost felt like Oliveira kind of was the one who also picked his teammates, and that's why Innovation ended up joining, and Bunny as well, and whatnot. So I would be very surprised if that just got let go. But if Dragon Phoenix Gaming is going to acquire Kaiser Gaming, that would make sense, and I would hate Dragon Phoenix Gaming even more.
Yo, like I hate Oliveira's team. Screw him.
Why do they gotta win everything? God,
they're just too good. Oh my god. So yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if that comes to fruition. Maybe they're still in talks. Maybe it is just rumors and people are just speculating. But because they're these are things that are being said on Chinese forum, we add a little bit more weight to it. I don't know. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with Kaiser, with DPG. It would be pretty interesting if Oliveira does get basically in a sense acquired by DPG, because it just then it kind of puts the Cure drop a little bit more into context, right? Because then they're like,
Yeah.
okay, like maybe like they just want to make room for other players that they value a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the end of our roster changes. So, I guess the other major one would be Psystorm Gaming letting go of Gumiho.
I think that was that today?
That was today.
I feel like I only saw that today.
Yeah.
So I've heard that's because he was asking for a bit more, which I think is fair. He's had a really good year.
But it couldn't, yeah.
I hope he can find somewhere where he can get that. It seems a bit weird to leave the team before you have something lined up.
I agree. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say, KJ was very transparent about it. He was like, "Yeah, we couldn't really afford to match Gumiho's increase rate, so we're gonna let him go, and hopefully we want somebody else to pick him up, because so on and so forth, blah blah blah." But yeah, I definitely agree that it's a huge risk to just leave your team before having another offer set up. But maybe it's not a risk. Maybe he does have something set up.
Yeah, I want to believe that Gumiho didn't just decide to leave Psystorm and
I
hope
can't
that he would
imagine
get offers.
he would do that. Yeah, it just doesn't sound like something he'd do.
Okay, I'm kind of. This is a bit doomer, but I'm kind of worried with the recent GSL news that he might just leave StarCraft.
Well, he said he doesn't want to.
Yeah, like
he did say that he wants to continue competing, but I mean, like you said,
and we can get back. We can get into it a bit more later on, but I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if a lot of the Korean players are gonna find competing this year viable.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. That's why I'm most curious in what team has Kuro lined up, because I don't think a single team comes to mind. And if suddenly Gumiho is going to be another free agent as well, are we going to see like a new? Yeah, and Bunny. Is there going to be like a new Chinese team that's going to be formed? I don't know. I'm trying to think of a scenario where these players are going to get picked up. Just because I know that like it's not like these teams have unlimited funding and are willing to pick everyone up. That's just not possible.
Unless.
So I wonder where they're kind of going to land.
This is, I don't know. It's a bit doomer. I shouldn't be so negative about it, but I'm a little bit worried that Kyo, Bunny, Gumiho won't get picked up by teams. I mean as a team owner at the moment, I don't know why you would, because I don't think there's much for them to play.
Well, that's why I'm saying Chinese specifically, because then you have WTL. Like WTL is like, I think they've said before that is like one of the reasons for these Chinese teams to exist. Just to like just to show off and just to have a reason to kind of publicize their team. And for Kira, like apparently he has another offer lined up, so it's like, well, like
Mhm.
I don't think there's much
Sure.
speculation
Yeah, true.
there, but yeah, for Gumiho, I just do hope that he didn't just leave and he didn't have something to fall back on. So we'll see.
Look, he may
Uh,
have told that as the story of how he got into competitive gaming, but he's
Uh-huh.
older now. I like to think that he wouldn't do something like that anymore.
yeah.
I know.
Oh god. So hopefully he's able to find a team, and I guess some of the other big things, especially because we're kind of around this kind of this topic as well. Rainer left Kaizi, Radata, not just Radata, Dream, Cyan, and Nice have left Good Game
Yep.
Gaming because Good Game Gaming has disbanded.
Yep.
I feel like I knew this was coming. I don't know why. When I read
Well,
this, I feel like I already saw it before. Did I?
Do you
Well,
think it's because when you look at this, you think of like Dream recently, and you think of like Radata recently, and it's like yeah.
I would say it's because in
Uh,
my mind, I've always pictured GGG as kind of similar to like a Brave Star Gaming or like one of those other ventures from around 2018ish that it kind of felt like the team owners of those teams got into StarCraft just to see what's going on, and I appreciate what they've done, yeah, for whatever support that they were able to do. But yeah, after a season or two, kind of decided, yeah, not my thing. We don't want to invest in that so much. I'm honestly surprised Good Game Gaming lasted like 2-3 years, something like that. A lot longer than some of these other teams. Certainly longer than Brave Star Gaming, I can tell you that.
Feels BSG, man. What do you want to say, Asher? What do you want to say?
Oh, I can't remember. I was going to say Rattata's. I think Rattata's been doing fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a new team already, so.
True.
Mm.
But feels bad, man, because Good Game Gaming. I love
That was the best name.
GGG. It's the best part about casting, though. It feels bad, man.
I remember when I first saw their name, I was like, this is so dumb. And then 2 years later, this is so smart.
Oh my god. Yeah, so a little bit upsetting that that a team that's been around for so long is now going to be saying goodbye and closing its doors. Suddenly a bunch more free agents. You talked about it. Radata did immediately get picked up by his old team, so now he's on Starcom again. Starcom Gaming.
Yeah.
So
Starcom's
definitely cool to
kinda
hear.
Come back in a big way. I've noticed a few players repping Starcom again that I don't think were before.
Hmm. Yeah. So maybe they're looking to reinvest. I mean, picking up Radata is already a pretty big deal. Like he's a great European player and someone you expect to see at the top. So
Yeah.
really good pickup.
Yeah, they oh no, it's an old tweet.
I always felt that at least when he was going by Vanya, I always felt like he had the makings of world champion.
Shaking my head, Yaku. But yeah, definitely. He's always been an amazing player. I think personally, I hope Nice finds a good place to call home. If I'm not mistaken, he was on Alpha X before, so maybe they'll pick him up. I don't know. Yeah, was.
Yeah, I mean, he was without a doubt the best player in Taiwan back in like 2020, and ever since then he's still gone back and forth as the best or the second best player. So it would be a shame if he doesn't get picked up.
Yeah, especially because I'm sure he's regardless of the changes that have happened, he's going to be looking to continue to compete. Like I like I don't really see him stepping away anytime soon because he is at the top of his region.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully, he's
later.
able to find a nice home, whether it's a Chinese team or maybe his old team or another foreign team.
Sushi, if you're listening,
There you go. I guess there's another quote unquote announcement. I don't even know if this is worth saying, but the Zerglord left Team Super And the reason why I say I don't know if it's worth saying is that I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure no
everyone's
one's on
leaving
Team Super. Like,
Team Super.
like I'm pretty
we
sure
all
Team
saw that
Super
one
disbanded like months ago, mate. Like it's
coming.
yeah. I guess so officially now he's off the team officially.
Oh, I mean, it's nice to have confirmation.
Yeah. I guess.
But
Team.
so Zerglord, I was gonna say he's another free agent, but like you said, I feel like he was probably a free agent for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he's always been a great player. Always someone I've been keeping my eye on as a strong Latin American Zerg.
I think we almost picked him up, didn't we? But then he got a different offer.
No.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
we almost picked up Terran, the Brazilian Terran.
Tapo.
Yeah. Tapo.
Wait, no, you meant the Brazilian Terran. I thought when you said Terran, you were like, it was a Terran player. I'm like, yeah, I remember Tapo.
Oh god. So yeah, always wish the best of luck to the Zerglord. I guess a couple of other things that have been happening. Control left Daredevils.
Which was
if you remember,
pretty surprising. I think just in the last podcast we announced that he joined Daredevils as a content creator.
If you remember, just in the last podcast, I did kind of bring to light the fact that Daredevils is ex Cosmos Esports and they've had monetary issues in the past, and I was like, man, you guys may want to be careful about this team. And immediately, it wasn't just Control, but I think Eggs already left Daredevils as well. Actually,
he has.
Yes. They lasted like a month, not even a month actually. So shaking my head.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's actively looking for a team. Another player who recently left and is actively looking for a team is Chance as well. I believe he's still looking for a team at the moment. He's a very strong player. He's like 6'3", 6'4" on the NA ladder. He'd be a great addition to any team. So any team owners that are looking out for someone new, keep your eye on Chance.
Maybe break into the Korean scene a little bit, but
yeah. Whenever I think of like that kind of tier of player, like your Jinio, your Percival, your Hon Mono, your Chance, like I do think of like Lunacy, Rebellion. I do think like Chance is like kind of on the higher end of them.
Guys,
yeah, 100%. Like he's.
If we were to do like the whole player card FIFA system kind of thing again, I feel like Chance would be like a rare card, but like a bronze or a silver rare.
He's not like the super rare, He's
not like a super rare. He's not like a gold or a legendary, but he's like a rare in the silver.
Yeah, he's looking to break into the Code S. He's looking to break into the more
break into gold.
Yeah, and he's on the cusp. So best of luck to Chance in looking for a team. Definitely a worthy player to be picked up. And another worthy player to be picked up. We've been casting him a lot recently.
Yes. Oh wait, no.
Spats has finally joined a team. We were very kind of concerned when he left Alpha X. We were like, mate, recently he's been performing really well. What's going on here? Like he's like a fire was lit under him after he left Alpha X. And he won Ascension, Alpha X Ascension League, and he was also doing really well in OSC King of the Hill. So really cool to see that he's found a place.
Cool. I haven't seen that VOD yet, but when the announcement was made or when the results went public and I saw he beat Art 3-1 and Akeron 4-0, I'm like, all right, I got a new German I'm betting on. This is a new German for me.
Look, I don't want to say that we are the reason why Spats is on the team, but if you look at the tweet from Berserker Esports, the screenshot is Ascension League. So
you're welcome, Spats.
Just saying. Oh my god. So we kind of get he got a little bit of attention, and because of that he was able to land on his feet. So great to see that he got picked up by Berserker Esports.
Yeah, and it's a very supportive team, I feel, as well. I mean, I've always liked Berserker Esports. Just with how they treat their players and how much they really do contribute to the scene with Berserker Team League and whatnot.
For sure. And something that hits a little bit closer to home is Ranger did announce
this
that he was
more so than Cure, more so than Raynor, as a fan of Oceanian StarCraft, this was the biggest surprise in the topic list.
Yeah, Ranger did leave Mate Hexa, which is pretty crazy. He's been on Mate Hexa for a very, very long
Entire
time.
career, essentially.
Mhm.
It's somewhat akin to when Cyril left Ents. That was the level of what I had when I read that announcement.
Mhm. Yeah. Did happen recently, but Ranger, he actually started streaming again today, and he is looking for a team. He's looking to continue to compete, so he is still, he's still motivated.
And
Something to bear in mind.
And it's very important because I feel like he did start breaking out at the end of 2021, and in 2022, he has kind of solidified himself as a top player in the region. So yeah, I'm glad he did take a little bit of a break after. Well, to be fair, he took his break after the Atlanta regionals wrapped up. But yeah, he did say that he is coming back, and he is still very much looking to continue to compete and do as best he can.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
So Sushi, if you're listening, man, in here.
Yeah. Definitely something to keep an eye on. We have close ties with Ranger. Aries is good friends with him as well, and they practice together.
Yeah. He interviewed Ranger a couple of months ago, actually.
There you go. Even interviewed him, so hopefully he's able to.
He is. Ranger is the one reason why Aries is constantly driving across the border.
Not the one reason, but he does
It's
often visit Malaysia. Oh my god. And I guess some other lighter things that have happened. Jedos apparently got picked up by Hawk-Headed Gaming. Hawk-Headed Gaming to me is basically it's basically Night Phoenix's team, so it's interesting to see that they're picking up other players, even if they're not the most high profile players. They're still being active and looking for other players to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah, well, like you said, it's not the most surprising news. It's not the most breaking news, but we're gonna keep our eyes on Jeros regardless. Now that he is teammates with he's teammates with Night Phoenix. He's gonna get meowed at so often. Oh yeah, we'll keep our eyes on him for sanity.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Outside of that, we have Chess joining Psystorm and Frisk joining Genesis Gaming. I know Frisk. Hold on.
Yeah, we know Frisk.
We've casted Frisk before.
Yeah,
we've beaten him in BTL.
He's a player who developed the Marjorie,
Yeah. Pretty interesting because Genesis Gaming have been pretty inactive. They've had Pili Pili for a long time and Practice X as well, but they're not very active when it comes to online team league events anymore. They used to be, but not so much in the past year.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. It feels like in the past year, a lot of their more active players left and joined either Platinum Heroes or Berserker Esports. But I'm glad to see that they are still looking to continue competing.
Yeah, I was just quickly checking. Frisk is also one of the ex-Senthex boys. Not one of the Terran boys, but was on Senthex. So it's cool to see that he's found a place to call home because of what happened with Senthex. They're finding each other.
Yeah, they deserve it. IMO, the players. I mean, they deserve support.
For sure. And with that, we are now getting to the final portion here of the podcast. And
we're on the home stretch.
Yes. We spoke a lot about IEM Katowice, and I'm sure we probably have a little bit to say about this as well. Yaku.
Yes.
We have the announcement. Happened a couple of days ago.
We do have the announcement. 2 announcements, actually. One for the Pro Tour in general, and one specifically for GSL. And I think it's about what most of us were expecting. Last year was an incredible year, I think, for StarCraft 2, but we kind of knew that it wasn't the most sustainable, but I will say this. We are going to have more StarCraft for 2023 and another season of the Pro Tour at the very least, but with a couple of sacrifices.
Yeah, so leading up to this, I'm pretty sure we talked about it last podcast. But one of the big rumors was the regions were gonna be merged. So like that wasn't really too much of a surprise. We expected the Americas regions to come together, and I think we were expecting a merging of Oceania, rest of Asia, and Taiwan. And I guess we got confirmation that it was China as well.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting China. Yeah.
Exactly. Because I'm not sure if this is just us, but I think we know that Oceania, rest of Asia, and Taiwan, Hong Kong are two very like interlinked regions in a weird way. You know, we've had players from Hong Kong compete in some of our events in the Grand Playoffs Open and whatnot. We've opened that up. There have been a lot of comings and goings between Oceania and Taiwan, Hong Kong, with a lot of practice partners going on there as well. Ranger, he attributed a lot of his success in DreamHack to being able to regularly practice with Haas. But I feel like adding China to that is, I don't want to say it's a bit much. I mean, I can definitely see why they decided to go for it, but it's really weird now that, we have Korea and we have Asia, and that's it. At least, when it comes to
I think
to this side of the world.
I think it would have made sense before the rise of Oliveira. With Oliveira popping off so hard, I think it's a bit weird. I think it limits China a little bit. I think they could have really developed as their own region a lot more, and it would be a lot more encouraging to possibly up and coming players that might want to play in it to have their own region. On a like more personal note, with being close with a lot of the Australian players, this was a very depressing announcement because it basically kills the Australian scene. Like the Australian scene is just, it was pretty done before, but it's 100% just done now. Like, I don't think any of the Australian players are going to be confident going up against like Oliveira, Cyan, Haas, Nice, Coffee, like.
Yeah, I know that there's been a lot of talks like currently publicly about things like a lot of talks focusing around like the Korean scene, a lot of talks, kind of glossing over some of the smaller regions, because at the end of the day they are smaller regions and they don't really have much of a voice, especially when like certain areas of like, I don't know, of like StarCraft Reddit or something like that are more dominated by North American and by European kind of sentiment. But the smaller regions are going to be impacted the most from this, and it is a little bit disheartening. I say
it's really rough. It's really rough for LATAM as well. Like LATAM was a scene that was really rising up, and some of the players that were coming second and third in the LATAM tournaments, thinking of Cham specifically, I believe he won the last one, but for a player like Cham, this is something where he was absolutely going to be getting spotlight, getting recognition, getting to represent his region and things like that. And not to say that he can't get out of the NA region, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
Even more difficult. Because I imagine that they're still going to have like the same amount of slots, right, for these combined regions. For when they combined Americas, it's going to be like 3 slots for all of them. And when they combined China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Oceania, it's again going to be 3 slots for all of them.
I hope it's not 3 for all of them. That's
I would hope not. Yeah, but that's kind of what I would imagine is what they're doing. But it really, there's a part of me that wonders if the way they split up the regions, if they did this earlier, would we have like a different would we have like a different development going down? Because I remember when ESL first took over, like before ESL took over, it was just Korea, foreign scene, that's it. But after ESL took over, they actually said, okay, so we're going to have Korea, and we're going to have specifically EU, we're going to have specifically North America, and specifically all that other stuff to help develop the regions. It feels like last year was when we were finally kind of seeing the fruits of that. Like you mentioned, Latin America, they were all popping off. Cham beat Special for the very first time. And there were a lot of other players like Eggs and Eric and even Jaime popping off quite a bit there. In China, you had Cyan, you had the rise of Jeshe quite a bit. They were looking to be really healthy.
Firefly.
Yeah, Coffee as well, Firefly as well. And and I can say the exact same thing for Oceania and Taiwan, Hong Kong as well. Mio Micah really rose up last year, and there were a lot of other players who were really starting to do pretty damn well. I think Demi was doing really well last year. I think Ranger as well. We were kind of talking about him a little bit earlier on. Last year was probably the first time it didn't feel like a nice Haas duopoly. It really did feel like Gogo Joey and Bud always tried to break in there. But yeah, I get that they had to do what they had to do, but it's just really unfortunate timing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've actually said that the reason they did it is because they want more competitive representatives from the regions at the. Well, they said that. They said they want more competitive players from the regions at the world events. And I don't get that. Like, I think the whole point of this is that for a smaller region to have a scene despite all the disadvantages they have, like for LATAM players, they can't really practice on EU. It's the same for Australia. You can't really practice on EU. So you're getting blocked out of like some of the strongest regions to practice with. So they've said that they want more competitive players, but basically that was what was keeping these regions alive, especially for LATAM, Australia, maybe to a lesser extent rest of Asia, because they can still play on the Korean server quite well. Having the possibility to get a spot like this and still compete for a decent amount of money is one of these things where that gave incentive for the players for these regions to keep playing, even though they had obstacles for playing. With this going, I don't see why any up-and-coming player from those regions would want to play StarCraft 2 over a different game.
So the reason why I chuckled there is because you're right, ESL, they did say that, and that is, in my mind, that was just purely PR, like them trying to make a negative announcement look as appealing as possible, you know, where they're like, oh no, like it's you know, this is a good thing.
But the only people who are happy about that are EU. I'm just gonna say it. The only people that think this is a good thing are EU. Because they've been saying for years. They've been saying for years that like we shouldn't be getting the money that we're getting, and that the money should be going to like more deserving players. And so they're going to be happy about this. But the whole thing that I've always said that is like against that argument is you're going to lose fans from these regions now. People who get to have a player from their region that they cheer for and really love the game
just
going to be disenfranchised by this. Like, if you're a LATAM fan of StarCraft and you're not going to be seeing LATAM representatives like at all anymore, potentially, I don't know why you'd be happy about that. I mean, I think it's just kind of an FU to a lot of fans of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like the reality is that a lot of the people that have that sentiment and a lot of the like quote unquote like there's a bit of a stereotype about it, but the European elitists, like the European elitist fans, like the reality is that they don't really care about the other regions. They don't care about the regions that aren't their own. Like they don't even really care that much about the Korean region, to be honest. So I don't really know if we want to like put too much stock behind that. The unfortunate truth is that that sentiment appears to be a popular one.
Shared by
like
ASL.
I wouldn't go that far. I would not go that far.
Okay.
But they are like kind of like a loud voice in the community, you know, and because of that, maybe they get heard a little bit more, and it's a bit of a shame that that is a reality that we're in. I think as Oceanic kind of participants, like we're fully aware of that.
I think at this point for like at least speaking for Oceania, where it's such a tired point now that I think most people who would be willing to argue have just given up. Waiting for Stormgate.
Yeah, pretty much. Which is sad. Like, I don't want to talk too much about it, but like the reality is, for me, when thinking about the Oceanic scene, I don't think it's going to impact it too much, just because, as you kind of touched on, a lot of the players that used to compete just aren't motivated anymore. Probe retired, for example. I bring this up every now and then. I don't think I've spoken about it publicly, but ANZ Champs was always disappointing. As in, the first season was amazing. The first season was absolutely amazing, but like the interest from the players, like they were given like a specific Australian and New Zealand event, and like the interest wasn't there either. Like what can we do? If we're coming hand in hand,
for years,
like,
ring and see.
been coming hand in hand. We have a tournament for you, and they're like, we don't care. And it's like, what do you want from us? What do you want from me?
To be fair, I think
put it to Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
I think most of these players are so burnt by having opportunities taken away from them that they just have kind of given up on the game. I mean, like, for a lot of the players who are the top players, there's just no reason to keep playing the game, because I mean, if you want to compete on EPT, you have to play weeklies on like 200 ping every time, and I can definitely understand. I think these players want to play a game, and they all love StarCraft, but they just don't love competing in StarCraft because of everything that's happened over the years.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm really hoping that they're not just saying that, and that when Stormgate comes out and has global servers, if it does go well, that we're going to be able to see these players come back and compete.
I hope so as well, because the reality is that there is a lot of talent there, and there's a lot of passionate people as well. Shout out to the people that do put in the hours. Like, for a long time, Pez, he was always grinding. NXZ recently,
to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they still have passion, and they care for the game. But I do think this is also something that people haven't witnessed themselves. When I say people, I mean like more international fans. Like, the amount of shit that's happened for the ANZ players that they've gone through, like, whether it's like, it's not even necessarily about like regions shrinking, but also like opportunities being given away, or the fact that a lot of people forget about this, but there was a lot of drama even a couple of years ago when it comes to the North American ladder, and Australian players kind of being shamed out of the North American ladder because they were forcing because they were forcing the Australian server, and then you had Nathanius kind of turning on all that, and like, there's just been, over the years, there has been kind of like a lot of negative things have kind of like impacted like or disincentivized like players to even compete and even participate.
Maybe I'm riffing on this a bit too much, but I get the general feeling from, especially, okay, I'm not going to single out a region, but I get a general feeling from like a lot of the player base that they just don't want the Australians to play, that they just think that they're not good enough to play with them, and they just shouldn't be getting money, basically.
Yeah, I mean, that does exist. I'm not going to deny that. I don't think, I hope that's not like a popular sentiment. It does exist for sure, but I'm sure that because it does, like, that's something that like kind of goes through the player base in the scene, and maybe like we kind of assume that that's the case, and it's maybe more popular than it is, and we're like, look, if these people don't want us to play, then like, why play? Like, if they don't want us around, then like, we'll leave, sort of thing, which is a shame if that is happening. So not to go too much on a tirade about the oceanic scene, but because of that, I don't think it's going to impact Australian players too much, just because they weren't competing as hard anyway. I do worry for the sea scene though. Demi, Mia Ranger as well, who's clearly showing interest in continuing to compete. Southeast Asia has really kind of stepped up over the past couple of years. They've really shown that they are willing to put in the hours. They can practice in Korea. Ranger even traveled to Korea, and he was living with Scarlet with no regret, and that's when he really leveled up and when he really popped off.
Demi plays like heaps. He's playing every day, like a lot, every day. He practices really hard.
He grinds so hard. So personally, like, I hope that they are able to find a way to continue to compete. I do know that a lot of these smaller regions, the other reason why EPT was so important for Latin America and Southeast Asia specifically is because it's a double-edged sword, but it doesn't take a lot of money to like live in a lot of these areas of the world. And I remember talking to Cham about it. And for example, a couple of years ago, Cham was full-time, and with the money that he made from EPT and the money that he made on a weekly basis from Battle of the Americas, which was like $50 a week, like he could live off of that. And that's why he could justify practicing so much and playing so much. And a lot of Latin American players could I say a lot. Well, like a decent amount of Latin American players could pull that off. I think Miyamika was another one where for a long time
100%.
he could. Yeah, he was like,
is pretty cheap to live in.
Yeah, he was kind of living off of like GPO and EPT and all this money that he was making from online events. And they could afford that, that was like something that they could do. Now with this change,
that's why they look forward to the events every single time.
Yeah. And now because of this change, like it does mean that they're not going to have as many opportunities. I'm pretty sure Miyamika has a job now. Cham isn't full time anymore. And it may lead to something worse where they may just tap out. I don't know. I hope that isn't the case. We still don't have details on kind of the breakdown. The format, the breakdown, how many slots are going to be allocated and all that stuff. So there is still hope for them. I do hope.
I think I would hope anyway that, if we're going to be combining the three Asian regions or Asian/Oceanian regions together, there's going to be a lot more players going down. I would hope they would have a format similar to what they do with North America. I can't imagine that the Americas format is going to change that much, but I would hope that they do have something similar to that.
Mm. Yeah. I hope so as well.
It's not just going to be groups and you get knocked out, you're knocked out, Or it's not just going to be GSL groups split up all along,
For sure. I mean, I'm sure they're going to want to have more broadcast days, because that's more like ad sponsor, like time and stuff like that. I'm sure that's something that they're going to be looking for.
I linked you Mio's tweet. Mio's actually really excited about the merger.
Okay.
He just I never understand Mio. I don't understand him. I don't understand this tweet at all. But I'm glad he's excited.
Mio has been dominating for the past 2 years. So. If there was ever a player who would be excited about
such a child,
it would be Mio. Yeah,
I love him. It's such a shame that he wasn't able to be at Katowice. I hope if he makes it to Katowice again.
Whoa, hold up!
If he qualifies it,
Katowice again?
Yeah,
because that was another announcement they had. They haven't confirmed the location yet for the next World Championship.
A pseudo announcement, so we don't know if there's even going to be StarCraft at IEM Katowice or if it's going to be somewhere else.
IEM Tel Aviv, let's go.
IEM Hanoi.
IEM Hanoi.
Oh, yo, Hanoi, papi.
Let's go. I think Mio actually lives down south, but
it's fine.
He can take a drive up. It's fine.
No visa issues.
No visa issues whatsoever. Yeah, just put the tournament somewhere where there are no visas.
Visa issues for everyone else.
I'm just saying, man. 90% of the countries in the world don't need a visa to come to Singapore. So, ESL, if you're listening.
Yeah, I also wanted to quickly.
It's available.
I also want to quickly say as well. There's always a lot of similarities between Latin America and Oceania, and likewise, I don't know if this is going to negatively impact Latin America anywhere near as much as it would have maybe a year ago or 2 years ago. It's such a shame, but the Latin American region was so big and so amazing in 2020. It was actually insane.
It really, really was. I remember waking up every Saturday morning, and there being something on, and it would be whether it's Sentimento Latino, Copa Hyperion, or Battle of the Americas, and it was always like different players that was being featured in the stream that we had or in Enki's stream or whatever. It was, that was the golden period. Personally, that was like my own personal that one period where I'd always have something to watch for me.
I think so a lot of people don't know this, but I'm pretty sure in 2020, Latin America as a region had more fans than any other region. Period. I know this got a lot of this got a lot of publicity in the Pylon show when it happened, but for example, La Espida hosted a tournament called Rebirth. It was Rebirth Esports. It was a Chilean only tournament, and it got 200 check-ins.
Yeah.
200 check-ins.
full-out
There were more
round
signups.
Too, from what I remember. That was like,
we costed it. It was like a 9 to 10 hour event.
Yep.
it was
Yoda.
great.
I went to bed. I woke up and it was still going on.
It was still going. It was crazy. But that was the Rise of Darkness. But I'll always remember that was the rise. That was the return in the Rise of Darkness. The player, the Chilean Protoss. But yeah, like there were so many events going on. There was La Espida, which was Team Liquid, but the Latin American version of Team Liquid. There were so many content creators. There were so many casters. And I guess maybe similar to Oceania or some of the other regions. Over the years, slowly, like they kind of got chipped away at. And it's things that
and stuff.
Yeah, it's things that like were maybe like out of our control. I don't know, but like a lot of people stepped away back when there used to be like 6 or 7 content creators for Latin America. Now there's one.
Yeah.
Jaime got a kid and retired, and he doesn't stream StarCraft anymore. And he's such a popular streamer. He's got so many fans, and he stepped away. Demon Swap, he stopped casting StarCraft. He started streaming Diablo instead. Horus, he went to World of Warcraft. Romsley retired and he started a beer company.
Yeah.
Amazing.
He did.
But like so many of these casters, like it's such a shame and
got in the way.
And the reason why I bring all this up is because it does reflect in the player base as well. So many players retired as a result. We lost all the Chileans, Darkness, Dastan, Halfbreed, Jarpy as well, Neo even, one of our own. We had Universe step away, Shakti as well. There are just so many good Latin American players, and the scene was so vibrant. And over I think it was mainly 2022 actually where they all started to drop off, to the point where now I would say that like even the qualifiers, the most recent qualifiers for DreamHack Atlanta were so sad because it was like everyone who's going to qualify is going to qualify. Like, like there's maybe like 1 or 2 players that are going to be left out, but like everyone who should make it through, they're going to make it through, and there wasn't much competition there. It's a bit sad.
Here's a crackpot idea, because you mentioned Latin America being similar to Oceania. I'm not sure how good it would be considering the geographic distance between the regions on ping and latency and whatnot. What if they actually combined Latin America with Oceania?
No.
Play on the Brazilian server, mate. Just play.
The Brazilian server is so bad that I don't even have to block it. Like a Blizzard. Blizzard matchmaking.
Unironically, Brazilian players
crap. Manages to not put me on Brazil. So, no.
Smurge, puppy.
Please no.
So yeah, when I think of the Latin American scene nowadays, I do think of like Champs, Special, and Kellezer, and I'm sure they're still going to be able to find some success if they continue to compete. Yeah, like Eric was focusing a lot more on studies, for example. Like Eggs as well was focusing a lot more on studies this year. Ryu has stepped away.
Can Diego just play in EU? Is he a citizen of the Netherlands?
He can play either or. Yeah,
I think he can pick.
He has
wants to, he can pick.
Yeah, he can play either or.
He should just play EU. Like he's a very strong player. He could do well.
Yeah. I'm sure he's gonna have to do some math and be like, how much money can I make?
Yeah, exactly.
Price. Yeah. So he definitely could switch over if he wanted to.
That'd be hard.
So yeah, it would be pretty sick. Be pretty sick. So I guess really we're kind of waiting to see like what the format is going to be for EPT coming up in the next year, and what the layout is going to be like, and how many slots are allocated.
Yeah, how many slots, and also how many tournaments are going to be out. We're going to be getting, because we haven't confirmed at least 2, ESL final sort of DreamHack WCS. I'm not sure if it's specifically DreamHack this time around, but yeah, 2 ESL Pro Tour events. But there also talks about some other third-party events.
Yeah.
We should still have Home Story. I mean, Home Story and TSL aren't confirmed, but I would expect at least Home Story. Homestar Runner. Homestar Runner. I would expect, probably Home Story Cup, probably TSL, but yeah. I mean, not to bring it back to the smudge again, but this is pretty rough for the Australian scene and the LATAM scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I guess to put it into context, like we didn't really get into too much detail about it, but the overall prize pool was reduced by about like 50%.
50%, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. So it has been kind of cut in half.
A little bit over 600K for, well, at least for the events that are confirmed.
Yeah, and the reasoning for this is because they renegotiated the contract with Blizzard, and Blizzard is not giving any money for these events, and they have been in the past. And I think the most interesting thing for me is it just goes to show how much they were investing in the past, and how much was reliant on Blizzard money. I would assume even more so, actually, because this is ESL being forced to put in their own. So without the support of Blizzard, it is kind of like the quote unquote. Now we're in the end game. Now the Blizzard bubble has popped. We have zero support from Blizzard, and this is what it looks like. Yeah. This is kind of what it looks like. This is kind of what we have to work with. We shouldn't expect. Yeah, we shouldn't expect any more support from Blizzard. The biggest thing that I'm curious about. So I'm pretty sure when an event partnered with EPT, the event would receive money because EPT had certain kind of parameters that had to be met. Like the event had to have an offline finals, the event had to have like flights paid for and all this stuff, right? And I'm pretty sure when you partnered with EPT, they would help kind of alleviate some of those costs, and they would give some money for TSL and for Home Story Cup. Otherwise, there's no reason to partner, right? So I'm curious if they're going to still have that, and I'm curious as to how much money they're going to provide if they do have that, because I'm sure that is also going to affect like whether or not they do end up like kind of partnering in any way. That's another thing to kind of bear in mind, because I'm pretty sure before this that money came from Blizzard as well, which obviously won't be there anymore.
So I mean, like,
and that's been confirmed.
Huge thanks to ASL. It's really awesome that they're continuing to support the scene, and Blizzard never ceases to disappoint.
Yeah. Feels Blizzard, man. A lot of love to ESL for propping things up as much as they have. Yeah, for obviously showing. For showing clearly that they care. I think that's the most important thing, and that they are willing to invest. And that they want this to succeed. I think that's another thing. Like this, like as a company, clearly they want this to do well. They want to make money off of it. They want this to be able to turn a profit. So ESL clearly have a lot of work to do in that regard. They've got a lot of planning to do. And I wish them the best. And hopefully, if this does go well, then this can become a little bit more affordable, and they can do it for even more than just a year. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty big kind of test for ESL. 2023 is going to be pretty important for them.
Rufus
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, he's being so cute.
I
feel like
despair.
I feel like ESL are taking a big leap of faith with what they're doing this year. I think they
kind of have
that
to.
shouldn't be understated, that they're like taking a big risk by doing this, and that I don't think it would be that crazy if they just decided to like drop their support at the same time. I am starting to notice already. I know Wardy's already put up some like feelers out for crowdfunding for a Korean league. I know Chicken Man and Dave Testa have kind of got their own thing going that we'll talk about a bit later on as well. There's a lot of community support and a lot of people in the community that were saying, I'm getting the general feeling that there's a lot of people in the community that would like to put money towards keeping the scene alive. So I'm thinking that ESL is kind of supporting in the hopes that the community will rise up underneath it as well. And to put a bit of more of a positive spin on it as well, I think it will.
Yeah.
It's just, we'll have to see to what extent.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to try and keep an eye out for is like how sustainable this is going to be and how long it'll last as well, because right now there is a lot of support being thrown around. There's a lot of like passion with the community, and can that last a year? Can that last multiple years? Like can they continue to fund these events for the foreseeable future is like another big thing, because clearly right now there's like a lot of support behind it. And I guess maybe only time will tell. Well, not just that, but also the events themselves have to be successful enough to make the people watching want more. So this is also kind of the moment for these content creators to really rise up. Whether it's Chicken Man, whether it's Wardy, whether it's ourselves as well. We have kind of stepped away from running our own events, but like now may be a time for us to step back into that. To what extent, we'll see. But we also want to do our part. We're always doing our part. I don't see the return of, I'll be honest, I don't see the return of GPO. But maybe something else. We bring back the tune-up happy. Maybe.
Yeah,
We'll
the
see.
Grander Platypus Open.
Yeah.
The sparkliest tuna cup.
There you go, mate. There you go. You got it.
The Ducklingest Open. We are gonna definitely have to weigh our own. We're gonna definitely have to do our own calculations and really kind of think, because we're not promising anything, but like you said, now is kind of the time to step up, and we're gonna definitely look into ways of how we can do that.
For sure. Is there anything else that we missed when it comes to EPT?
For EPT specifically, I think we covered just about all of it. Yeah,
I think
concerns.
I think something that I really wanted to touch on, because we're about to get into the fact that right now there's a lot of support that's going out for the Korean scene, which is really cool. Because they clearly are going to be needing that support. But the reason why the other reason why I brought up the shrinking Oceanic and Latin American scene that has already shrunk. It's not like this is going to make this could still make it worse. But because those scenes have been affected that much already, there's the temptation to be like, all right, we're gonna make an announcement, and we're gonna have like a buffed up version of like Sentimiento Latino, and we're gonna have like GPO, and we're gonna be there for like the Oceanic and Latin American scene. I don't know if that's gonna get anywhere near as much as support. I don't know if the community's gonna get. I don't think they're gonna care as much, which is sad to think about, even though they're regions that are struggling as much as the Korean, or if not more. So yeah, I don't know. That's another thing that was kind of going by my mind as I was thinking about those regions.
Yeah, definitely. Same here. And I have to admit, though, as much as it does feel like, these smaller regions are pretty much getting shafted in a way, I did not realize the extent of how shrunk GSL is going to be in 2023. I remember I saw the announcement. I saw it originally in Korean, and I didn't bother translating any of that. And I just thought, okay, GSL Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, all right, good enough for me. I didn't realize just how much funding for GSL is being cut. for the Korean scene overall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we want to go into this, but I feel like the general vibe on the Twitter today has kind of just been like saying goodbye to GSL.
Yeah, like
Well, I mean, here's the thing: is there have been a couple of, and I know Craig specifically was talking to Ryung and Solar about this, and I think a lot of other Korean pro gamers were also mentioning it a little bit, but most of them have pretty much said GSL just isn't sustainable for most Korean pro gamers now. And if that's what they're banking on to make a living, they straight up just can't. Like, unless you're a semifinalist, and even then it's going to be pretty dang rough.
Yeah, I think this goes to show as well, like, without the support of Blizzard, like, Korea can't really sustain itself. Like, the viewership was never quite there. And clearly, Afrika can't really justify investing too much into it either. I'm sure if this was Brood War, I'm sure they'd be more willing to put down more money because of the return of investment. But for StarCraft 2, the company itself isn't anywhere near as much as ESL, for example. Like their viewer base is smaller. The ads that they run have no value internationally. You know, as much as we love like Chisong cider and all this stuff, like them showing that to hundreds of thousands of people on YouTube doesn't give them more money because we can't buy that. Like or Hot Six, you know.
You can.
I would buy Hot Six if I could.
You can.
I know, right? It's just
the ad has
the
worked on me. I want to buy Hot Six.
100%. We just
I like took a bus down to a Korean store that's in like 3 districts away from me just to get Chilsung cider after those ads.
For sure. And Afrika, if you remember, they used to have a global Afrika platform, and now that isn't a thing anymore. Like internationally, like they just don't really have too much of a presence or too much of a way to make money. I'm sure that there are ways for them to make money internationally. They just, for whatever reason, haven't really invested too much into that. Haven't really put too much thought into that.
That's like a really common thing, I feel, though, for Korean like Korean leagues in general. They hyper focus, almost tunnel visioning in a way, so much on the domestic sponsors and the domestic market that they pretty much, like, the international viewers can like be screaming at the top of their lungs, we like this, we want to watch more of this, we want to put money so that this keeps going. But yeah, for whatever reason, I guess the sponsor, they just really do prioritize the Korean sponsors more.
Yeah, this was one.
Yeah, we saw this with ASL as well, with Brood War, where basically they stopped having Tastosis in the studio to cast the Brood War events, and Tastosis reached out to the community and crowdfunded the English casting of ASL. So I feel like there's potential for something similar. I don't know if it would necessarily be GSL or if it would just be a Korean tournament of another kind, but there's definitely a lot of, as you were saying, foreigner demand for Korean tournaments. I feel like Korean StarCraft in general has been dying off a little bit. Or like, not for us, but StarCraft 2 is just not that popular in Korea anymore, from what I've heard.
Yeah, that was to touch on what we were saying earlier. Like that was the biggest criticism of Pro League and also the Kesper teams back in the day as well, because back in the day they were their own main sponsors, so they didn't really care about acquiring other sponsors or trying to be appealing to other brands or making money elsewhere. They only cared about themselves. And then when the Kesper teams kind of left, that kind of messed everyone up, you know. And if you remember, they even disavowed their own players from streaming, right? Even though there was like plenty of money on the table there, people wanted to watch Beyond, or not Beyond, but they wanted to watch like Rain, they wanted to watch Zest, they wanted to watch Stats, they wanted to watch TY. Eventually, after Kesper left, they did start up their own streams, and they were pretty successful. Hero as well, but yeah, it is something about, I don't know, maybe Korean culture or just the way that they do things, where They're not really concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not really concerned with the international, the foreigner market, which is crazy to think about. And
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any way to change that kind of thought
It's all
process.
it's all that upper management, man. I can tell you from experience. Well, okay, not Korean specifically, but I can tell you there's just no way of getting Asian upper management to change their minds about anything.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a little bit disappointing for those wondering. The kind of cut is I think there are numbers out there, but
80%, yeah.
Yeah,
80% reduction.
straight up.
Yeah.
It's
80%.
$8,000 for first place
Mhm.
in GSL Codas now. It like barely qualifies as a premier tournament now. I'm just realizing it's like or at least going by like Wikipedia's measurement of what is a major, what is a minor, and what is a premier.
Definitely. So I really worry for the less established Korean pro gamers. That's why like I'm kind of keeping an eye out on those players that we're quite fond of, or at least I'm quite fond of. You know, your Honmonos, your Quantas, your Chance, your Ginia, your Percival. I'm looking at these guys and I'm curious to see which ones stick around and which ones don't. Which ones can try and justify it. And even when it comes to the more established players as well, like your Gumihos, your Bunnies. I'm really worried about Bunny, to be honest.
Same here. Creators.
Yeah.
Basically everybody who was on Team NV.
NV. Yeah, all the NV boys. Like
NV
they're
was
all
already, yeah.
like they're already getting reduced if not like zero salary. So if they're even getting less money from GSL, then they may have to step away.
The new nickname for Honmono in the chat that I'm going to be using from now on.
Yeah, boy.
That's so
Oh
good.
my god.
Yep. Thanks, Tater Tutor. We're gonna be using that from now on.
I'm behind it. Let's go.
I like it. I'm into it.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. I like it. I want it, Buffy. So hopefully we can keep seeing some more of that money.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess only time will tell when it comes to what happens with GSL. I feel like the production for GSL is still probably going to be similar.
Yeah.
So I don't know if like viewership wise,
because I believe Afrika all along was the ones who were doing production and all that. Blizzard was funding the prize pool specifically, is what they were doing. Production and all that, yeah, that's handled by Afrika.
Yeah, and even though a large portion of this is now going to be online, I don't know if that's really going to affect viewership of GSL. But at the end of the day, what matters most, I guess, is the players and their well-being.
Yeah.
And
I feel like most people probably watch GSL from stream anyway. I mean, just looking at some of the crowds, I guess COVID was a factor, but you know.
Yeah, and now I guess especially for the Korean scene, a lot is going to be reliant on potentially the new tournaments that are going to be coming up. As a lot of people like Wardy and Chicken Man and Dave Testa, they've already jumped the gun and they've already announced events that they're planning for the Korean centric like events.
Yep, a lot. Now, I actually don't know how much I can say. I will say there is like a solid plan right now. It's not just 100% speculation. There is an idea, there is a plan, and there are progress is being made in the plan specifically for the Koreans, handled by Dave Testa, Chicken Man, and all those guys.
Yeah, I mean they've already gotten a lot of support.
Yeah, they actually have a structure that they're planning to use. It's I'm impressed with how quickly they've been able to plan this out. Again, I'm not sure how much I can say, but
no, yeah, I mean it's all public. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean there's a Patreon for KSL, which is the Korean Star League that Chicken Man and Dave Testa are running, and if I'm not mistaken, the Patreon, I think the goal was like 1,800 for a month, and I think they're already exceeding 3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But did
like
it
they,
3,000? I didn't
yeah,
check
they,
yet.
they've exceeded 3,000. I'm pretty
Damn.
sure. Like they've gotten a fuck ton of support from StarCraft Reddit. So that's already going to be a thing. It's already happening.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Definitely something to look forward to, and definitely something that will keep the scene alive for a while longer, I think.
This is speaking completely anecdotally, but I feel like most of the StarCraft fans are like 30-year-old software developers that have like a lot of passion for the game, but are getting like too old to like have a lot of time to play it
That's my
themselves,
experience.
and they just love putting money into it to support it.
Mhm.
So
That's
we have a very supportive community, and I think it's going to show.
It's all software devs, accountants, or doctors. That's been my experience talking to the older StarCraft fans.
Yeah, quickly checking here. Right now the Patreon is at 3,279 a month. So they have doubled, almost doubled what they originally planned for. So yeah, this weekly tournament is looking to be pretty big. Of course, the event itself, we'll see how well it's going to be. This is like Chicken Man and Dave Tessa's first. They've run their own events in the past, but this is like their first kind of big event, so they kind of got a lot ahead of them. There's going to be a lot of planning behind the scenes behind it as well. So yeah, something to look forward to. There is some good that is coming out of this. A lot of people are kind of getting behind these grassroots events.
Yeah, I mean, I saw another post about this. I think someone was trying to be a bit contrarian when they said this, but I'm going to put a positive spin on it. This is one of these things where like we can take a bit of pleasure of knowing how strong a community that we are in general. And I mean, when you look around at other games like Warcraft 3 comes to mind, like Age of Empires 2, Smash Bros. Melee, like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, games like that. These are all games where the support from the developers, from the publishers has dropped back a bit, but the community has there's always been like a core community that's extremely passionate that doesn't go anywhere. And if anything, when the game gets smaller, that community becomes like even more tight knit.
Yeah.
In those scenes.
Definitely. So
Oh.
I'm also pretty excited to see like how far this goes, because this is still like a few days after the announcement. So what I mean is Dave Test and Chicken Man, so they're going to be running a weekly Korean tournament. We have Wardy, who's looking to run a Korean league as well. There are rumors that there's going to be a SC Boy funded World Star League. So we have World Team League, and then there's going to be a World Star League as well.
It's what people are speculating, yeah. The Walmart Star League, so to call it.
There you go. There you go. So there's there's going to be a lot to look forward to there as well. The question is it all going to be enough to prop up the Korean scene? I think there is still going to be some. Yeah, I think there is still going to be some retirements. I think there are still going to be people walking away. But hopefully this is able to like stop some of the hemorrhaging, and give people opportunities, give the Koreans opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, people still love to watch Korean StarCraft. I think a lot of people who love StarCraft kind of grew up on Korean StarCraft specifically and still have like that sentiment for it as well.
100%. I think we've noticed that as well. Kind of, I guess this is maybe a little bit more anecdotal, but like as streamers and as someone who looks at the numbers, I do also recognize that we typically get more viewership if we're casting Korean players. It just happens. More people come in, more people are interested.
Yeah.
That's very clear as well. And especially because of the cutbacks, I do think that the Korean scene is the one right now that needs the most support.
I agree, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if you love Korean StarCraft, like they're not going to be able to survive off GSL like straight up.
Yeah.
So they do need our help.
And that's the only Korean, or at least currently the only established Korean tournament. Because let's not forget, they also cut Super Tournament. There's no more SSL.
Yeah,
it's all that.
True. No more SSL. So yeah, it's really cool that they're going to be coming together for that. Yeah, and I don't know if there's anything else that we wanted to touch on that as well.
I mean, fingers crossed, right? I mean, I think we're all looking forward to that succeeding, and yeah, just think that every single one of us, whether we're in this call or watching as a viewer, we're all very invested in this, and we all want it to succeed.
For sure.
We're wishing you the best, Chicken Man and Dave, and SP Boy and Morty, and basically everyone who's doing whatever they can to keep the scene alive.
Yeah. I guess like we have like our own interests as well. We'll see if we can make something happen. I don't know. I'm sure I can get into talks with like Darking, for example. I would love to bring back some Latin American weeklies, like Sentimiento Latino and Copa. We haven't seen them in a very long time. Yeah, I don't know if there's anywhere near as much support is the problem. I always lament a little bit at us. I think we spent like 3 years running like GPO, and that
GPO
never really led to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oreo and Starduck, rising.
It's true. It's true.
But
it's true.
Yeah, those 3 players. It's really, 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 really cool, and I'm very proud of those 3 players to really be shooting up. Mio Micah and Gogo Joey as well, if you want to extend it to see further on. But yeah, I mean, we're really glad that they have been finding a lot of success thanks to those weeklies, but we were kind of hoping for more, a more robust, something more robust to come from that.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for some Duckling announcements. Keep an eye out for the future of our events and them potentially coming back. But outside of that, Asher.
Yes. I think we have one more thing on the itinerary.
I think it's time, Asher. What I think 2 a.m. What better time to have
is
a
it
late
actually?
night
snack? I did not realize how long we went to. I did not realize how long we've gone. Yes, it is time. We saved the best for last on the itinerary. We appreciate everybody who has stuck around this long, and if you knew somebody else who was looking forward to this, ping them, and let them know that it is happening. AsherBro is now going to be paying up his bet here, and he's going to be eating that ice cream Vegemite sandwich live on stream. Oh boy, Light, what do you think this is going to taste like?
Oh my god. I don't know. I've said this before. I've never had Vegemite before. I've never consumed the Vegemite. I have no idea what it tastes like.
Kuro, what do you think this is going to taste like? Yes, to catch some of our viewers up while Kuro thinks about that, AsherBro, 1 week ago, or 2 weeks ago, sorry, made in hindsight, a very stupid bet when he said that if there was no Zerg players in the IEM Katowice Grand Finals, he would eat that ice cream Vegemite sandwich.
I can't watch. What did he do to deserve this? Asher, this is his punishment for being in a Terran echo chamber. Okay, his mind was poisoned by the thoughts of all these Terran players around him. They were trying to convince him that Zerg was Imba, that this was a Zerg pool, that the patch was made by the Zerg Cabal. He was mind washed. He was brainwashed by all of these things.
Mental wash. I think we need to update his card, actually. I think his brain needs to go down to 0.
His brain went down. His brain stout went down.
If he got so easily convinced,
the mental went
strongly convinced
to believe that there would be a Zerg player in the finals of IEM. Nonsense, Baki. Nonsense.
My hedge. Kuro is asking if we should play the clip from
play it.
podcast.
You can cut to the clip. You can play it. I don't think I've watched the clip.
What's something like
that?
I mean,
if the grand finals doesn't have a Zerg, I will eat an ice cream and Vegemite sandwich next time we do a PondCast.
Clip that.
What even is An ice cream
Ice
and
cream
Vegemite sandwich?
Yep.
What is that?
I'm gonna put
Maybe
ice cream and
toasted?
Vegemite on a sandwich, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
eat it.
What kind of ice cream? What kind of ice cream are we talking?
And we can add a sauce. We can put like I don't know
Ooh,
something maybe not
barbecue
as
sauce, barbecue
sauce.
yeah,
sauce,
barbecue sauce.
Soy
Why not?
sauce.
Why not?
hoisin
think-
sauce.
I'm trying to think of something that won't make me actually throw up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the conviction that Asher has in that
Yep.
clip. By the way, he's like, "Now, yeah, I'll do anything, but I'll do whatever you want because
He's like,
I know
"Yeah,
it's
I'll
not gonna
put in
happen."
Sauce. I'll put in like some barbecue sauce. I'll try to come up with maybe not something so hard, but we can put in some sauce and whatnot because 100% there's gonna be a Zerg player in the finals. And I like that even we were cautioning him.
Yeah,
Even we started cautioning him after a while, like, dude, Asher, don't get so ahead of yourself, man. It can happen. IEM is a magic tournament. Anything can happen.
oh,
Look at the bread. Look at the bread.
Look at it, freshly baked.
Oh, definitely not from a plastic bag.
Okay.
Definitely not. All right. So did we have?
Hold on,
Yeah,
Asher, you should probably turn off the background because it's cutting a lot
right,
into it.
True.
Oh, I thought I did turn it off.
Oh, good. All right. So walk us through this. This is a tutorial. This is a cooking tutorial from Asher. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, look at it.
Yeah. Get the angle.
Ooh. Contrast with the keyboard. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. We got the ice cream on the left.
Okay.
We got the Vegemite.
All right. So I think we start with the Vegemite, right?
Naturally, yeah. You got to spread that
Yeah.
around. Now it looks like that's an open jar. How often do you consume Vegemite?
I don't normally eat Vegemite, but I bought some for this, and I've actually eaten quite a bit of it. I don't know if you can. I've actually been going at it. Yeah.
Yo,
That
I
is-
Midnight snack.
I can't stop, Papi. I just need it
Yeah, so,
inside
like,
me. It just
Normally I've been having like
Desensitizing
Nutella at
yourself.
night for a midnight snack, and I think that's probably not very healthy. So I was like, I should have something like a bit more savory. So this has been the go-to.
We know it's savory, but I'm not sure how much more healthy it is.
confirmed.
I
Vegemite
mean, there's a
is
lot of
fine.
sodium in Vegemite, from what I've heard.
It's pretty healthy. It's good for you.
I think it's pretty healthy. Yeah, it's pretty good for you.
Yeah.
A little vitamin
It
B.
helps.
It
It
is.
helps
a lot
with
of
the
vitamins.
it helps with the smudging on the ladder.
Yeah,
It's
digestion.
it really brings out the salts when you do smudge.
Yeah. This is a
Spread it
special
out,
one. It
spread
has.
it out, yeah.
I don't know if you can see that properly.
Oh,
I guess
the
it's
blue?
backwards.
Oh, it's recyclable.
It's a less salt one, and it has special B vitamins. It has B1,
I
B2,
feel-
B3,
I
and
feel like
folate. B6
I
and
feel like
B12.
that's cheating
Yeah.
a little bit.
Does it
Yeah,
have like
it's with
does
salt.
that fish oil? Does it have like omega-6? Like what's
No.
okay,
Just-
okay.
Yeah, B6, B12, folate. They're all very,
Oh.
very essential for your
Folic
function. Very
acid,
good for you.
right?
Yeah.
They can also
Yeah,
be. They're
naturally.
also in a normal diet of grains and fish and veggies. But don't let advertising take that away from you.
Yeah, naturally. Eating a jar of Vegemite is basically like eating 10,000 grains and fishes and vegetables.
It's like having a normal diet, but less.
Yeah, it's like having a normal diet, but abnormal.
The most
Oh my
American thing
God.
ever. You just, instead of eating a good rounded diet, you just have a poor diet and try to
Vegemite?
supplement it.
There you go, mate. There
Yeah.
you go. Oh, yeah, mate. I'm
Oh,
loving
look
the
at it.
lather that you
Layering
got
it
on this.
yeah.
On this
Ooh.
second,
I don't
on
want
the
to
second
half-ass
slice.
it. I'm not going to half-ass
Yeah.
it, okay? Like, we're doing this properly.
I'm liking
it.
I
what
don't want to
Chad
do
is
this
saying.
twice.
I'm liking what
Coat
Chad
it.
is saying. It looks like you're spreading tar.
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
it's awful.
that-
if you haven't had
it-
Vegemite before, it's not
I mean,
very nice if you don't have it, if you don't like it.
I was
If you
about to
didn't grow
say,
up
like,
on it, it's pretty awful.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, look, the tar here in
mean,
Australia is built a little bit different. Okay, we're here with
you
the
just-
summer
You
that's
just
45
go down
degrees.
I think I've seen a documentary on it. Every summer, the Australians, they go down to the road, just start licking.
Yeah, it's
Well, we have-
Vegemite.
Yeah, the
This
salt.
is kind of like a thing that we do to like Americans, especially when Americans come to visit Australia. We just tell them that we eat this, which isn't a lie,
Yeah.
and we give them like a spoon and we give them the Vegemite and we say try
Yeah.
some. We just don't explain to them that you don't eat it like that.
Yeah.
And so they have a spoonful of it and they die. That's good fun. That's kind of Australians just love trolling tourists.
Now for the international, oh look at that gourmet ice cream, cookies and cream is what that is. You don't want to half-ass it.
This just goes to show like the dedication that Asher has. You know, he did not skimp out on the ice cream. He got the highest low grade quality ice cream he could get.
Is that I've never heard of this. I don't think that brand is available where I'm at. Is that actually what it is?
It's just called Connoisseur. It's
Is it actually
it's
not
really nice. I hope this doesn't ruin it for me. I really like Connoisseur ice cream.
Oh god. It's beautiful, Buffy. It's beautiful.
Oh, look, I love the contrast between the blackness of the Vegemite and the whiteness of the ice cream.
Mhm.
But actually, now you're just covering it up entirely. So yeah, there's no contrast anymore.
Yeah. I mean, like you gotta cover up what's gonna kill you. You don't want to know that it's coming.
True.
You know?
Yeah. Now,
What do you think? More ice cream, yeah?
I think. I mean, you've put.
You want the Vegemite ratio to be high, right?
Look, I was gonna say,
I would imagine the ice cream ratio would be higher.
if you want to coat that first piece of bread in like a full layer of ice cream, you can. But then you got to finish off the Vegemite on that slice of bread next to it. You know, you gotta.
I mean,
I'm gonna make a sandwich. I'm gonna close it.
I was gonna say you've coated one of them. Like, I mean, you've spread. I mean, to me, I guess it's just the OCD that's coming out. It's like you've got Vegemite and ice cream on one, and then you got one that's only Vegemite.
Light, you're the Zerg. You're the one who's been offended in this. So it's up to you. Are you happy with this sandwich, or would you like more Vegemite or more ice cream?
I think we need some more Vegemite. All right, I think we need some more Vegemite. That's what I think.
I've hurt you before.
I'm gonna remind our viewers and also tell you this, Asher. When you were gone, Light did inform us that he has never had Vegemite in his life.
So So you got to go full ASMR with this, and we're gonna need you to like
describe it.
Describe
but in like a whispery kind of
the event that is happening in your mouth. You know,
you know
how does
there's already so much Vegemite on this. This is like I think this is like the breaking point amount of Vegemite where it was going to be fine before and now it's not.
This is like you're about to experience what the Americans experienced when they just before they died.
Is it even safe to have this much Vegemite?
I mean, how much
is there
in there?
Is there like a an Australian like is there like a toxic warning label on the jar? Is it like
it says suitable for vegetarians and vegans.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay, so you can just chug it.
I mean, vegetarians and vegans are pretty weak, so if it doesn't take them out, then it's probably safe to eat.
I don't know. I've met some hard vegetarians in my day.
Bear back.
All right.
Now, okay.
I would love it if like he's gonna go like clean up and wash his hands and then really shows up and
just wipes it. He's like, I can't let you do this, Father.
Okay. How are we gonna do this?
Yes.
All right.
We're
gonna piece it together. We're gonna bring the halves of the Terran and the Zerg, and they're gonna become one.
The yin and the yang.
Yeah.
I guess the Zerg is the yang, and the Terran is the yin. Okay.
I'm really nervous. I'm actually not feeling good about this anymore.
I hope you have a drink ready. That's what I'll say.
Oh yeah, you may want like a glass of water. Let's get a glass of water.
I like how those eyes looking at the camera, like pleading with us. I could see it for a flicker. No, I was gonna ask if it tastes anything like Bovril, and that's something I have had.
What is
that?
But
Bovril is more like a. But Bovril is not like a spread. It's more like a stock.
Okay.
All right, we're getting ready.
You're wearing white as well. That's dangerous.
That's gonna get stained.
All right.
You're just
okay.
Yes.
Bon appetit.
Ready.
Bon appetit, papi.
Bon appetit. It's a big bite.
It's gonna taste good. I imagine the ice cream is gonna make it taste good.
Describe
Right?
it.
Oh no!
Oh, no, not like that
Oh,
face. That face does not look good.
Uh,
oh no.
Right?
Oh
Describe.
no. It's like,
Right.
oh. So the coldness of the ice cream hits your tongue first, and your brain is like expecting something sweet and nice to come straight after it because your tongue's just like, it's ice cream, like it's gonna be nice. And then a wave of like bitter saltiness comes
Yup.
in, and it's all you can taste. It's not even that I'm tasting like a combination of ice cream and Vegemite. It's just that I'm tasting Vegemite when my brain like really doesn't want to taste Vegemite.
Yep.
Let's have some more.
We appreciate the commitment. We appreciate the commitment. Because, yeah, you can't get everything. You can't
Well,
know what it
look,
tastes like fully after
yeah.
just one
Oh.
bite.
that's the thing, right?
You
The
gotta
first bite, the first bite is the first bite is a surprise. You know, your brain is expecting something, you're getting something else, and then the more you eat it, the more you get used to it, and then you can really appreciate what is before you.
It's
yeah,
like
it could be an acquired taste thing, you know?
it's like sour. I don't know how. None of the
Like-
things in this are
Like
sour,
not a
and
tangy
it's.
sour, but like a rancid sour.
I wish you wouldn't say it like that, but yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
we
no,
appreciate
no,
your
no.
commitment that you just keep going for more bites despite hating it. You can cough it out if you need to. Well, actually,
It's like I got like a big amount, like a good amount of cookie there. Like
Uh-huh.
I was really like. The problem is, it's like mental warfare going on between me and this sandwich right now because
no, you can't let the sandwich win.
I can't let this is the most Terran thing ever. Like I can't let the happiness come in. Like the cookie, I started to taste the cookie in that one, and I'm like, maybe it's gonna be okay. Like maybe I'm gonna have a nice bite, and it's gonna be good, and the flavor's gonna be nice, and then the Vegemite just like
every Terran player who has viewed this understands what you mean by that, Asher. You think you're good, but then you just get slammed in the face by Storm or whatnot. As it's not Storm nowadays, but
I love what I think
love that
Emperor.
you're fighting through the tears.
I love what Emperor said in the chat. I think he said Oliveira screwed the casters over. SC had to shave their head, and Asher has to eat this abomination.
this is what playing Terran feels like. It's like
Actually, blame if you're gonna blame anyone, you want to blame Maru for knocking out
you're like you're doing what you need to do, and like the sandwich is getting finished. Like I'm gonna get through the sandwich. Like everything
You're
that
just
I'm
not
doing,
gonna
all the
enjoy
steps that I'm
yourself.
taking,
that
are gonna result in the sandwich being finished, which is what I set out to do.
That-
but
that
It's
is
pure
the Terran experience. You're gonna do it. You're gonna finish it. Maybe you'll win, but you're not gonna have fun. You're not gonna enjoy a single second of it.
You're not gonna like
are-
it. You're not gonna
yeah,
like it. Yeah.
You're not gonna like a single second of it. But you're just
and
but
the
you're
Z players are gonna say to you, "You'll work it out. You'll work it out."
Oh my god. You don't understand. You don't understand. Just stim, papi. Just stim. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
just swallow it. Just swallow it.
Yeah.
It's fine. You just gotta get used to the map.
Yeah. Just like
Work it out.
I'm sad now.
I want to make a petition for this to be the Terran national dish.
I don't know if you can see it, but like, it's kind of the ice cream's kind of pushed back, so I've got like a little bulge in the middle there.
Oh,
So this is the chunky bite. This is gonna be a good one.
So this is
I
the best
thought
it's
you
gonna
ate a
get.
lot more than you actually had.
Oh.
Is that bad? Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Oh, he's fighting. He's fighting. He's fighting.
Oh, we're getting some mixed messages here.
He's still contemplating.
He doesn't know if he likes it or not.
Contemplating, yeah, whether it's good or bad.
Am I a masochist? I don't know.
Obviously,
I am.
he is.
It's like-
he plays Terran.
Yeah, this is me getting used to the current map pool. It's like it's salty and horrible in the middle of my tongue, but like At least on the sides and at the tip of my tongue, it's not that bad. Like, I can just ignore the middle of my tongue where it's salty and horrible, and like I'm kind of having a good time on the outside.
Yeah, there you go.
It's fine.
You're just gonna remind yourself this may taste horrible, but you know what? It's full of vitamin B.
Yeah, it's
It
healthy
is.
for you.
It's
good
it's
for
good
you.
for you.
Well,
pal.
no, it would be
Good
good
for
for you.
you.
It would be good for you if not for the ice cream.
Oh my god.
So even though it's good for you, it's still killing you.
It's healthy for vegans, Papi. It's okay. It's
The healthiness counteracts the unhealthiness.
This was a strange thing to do.
we were listening to the clip while you were gone, and you
Okay.
wanted to take it further. If you're,
I did, yeah.
I think you wanted to like get soy sauce.
I think I could have. I think I
hoisin
would.
sauce.
Maybe not any of that stuff. Like maybe chocolate sauce I could have gotten away with.
You wanted. I think the first one was
Wasabi,
barbecue
Chili sauce, sriracha.
Oh,
Oh,
sriracha.
barbecue sauce. That would have been no barbecue sauce. I might have thrown up.
Mustard. And not like, squirt mustard, but like,
Like the
whole
Jean
grain
mustard.
mustard.
It's becoming tolerable. Like Terrans
Yeah.
adapt. What can I say?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
not too
that's-
powerful.
yeah.
That's
No.
what I'm telling you.
Once
By
you
the
get
end of the
used to it,
sandwich, but
you figure
by
it
the end
out.
of the sandwich, you're gonna want more, Papi. You're gonna start
be
just
like-
getting another bread.
You're
ready.
gonna wake up at 5 a.m. and be like,
Yeah, like Kuro said, we got an insight into the Terran mind. This is how we all started playing StarCraft as Terrans. You get into a game, you get moved by a Protoss by like Colossus and Archons, and you're like, I think I like this. I want to do it again. I think I'm going to do this every day for the next 3 years.
There you go. If
We're
you're a
getting close to
Protoss
the
or
end. Mm.
if you're a Protoss or a Zerg player in the chat, invest. You get some ice cream, get some bread, get some Vegemite, and you will get the Terran experience.
yeah, if you don't want
I
to play
kinda like it
Terran,
now.
and I don't recommend it, But remember, it has to be gourmet connoisseur ice cream and B12 Vegemite.
Uh,
We're gonna soak up the
Oh.
ice cream.
Oh,
my
We're gonna get the rest of the ice cream on in there.
you're an animal.
absolute. I don't know who's more civilized, you or Rufy. I actually, no, actually, after witnessing Rufus today, I think he's the more civilized one between the two of you.
Oh,
I'm kind of enjoying it now.
yeah.
Well, yeah, now it's
You
just
li-
ice cream
you
and
like
bread.
it, pup. You
Now
like
it's
it,
just ice
yeah.
cream and bread, yeah.
Hey,
There's Vegemite
this is-
still in there. It's like umami.
Actually, I want to echo what Asher said earlier. I think it would have been good if you didn't make him slap on another layer light. But you just wanted him to
Yes.
suffer.
You say that, but he likes it.
Well,
You
no,
say
now
that,
he
but-
likes it when the ratio of
Yeah.
ice cream to Vegemite is like 2-1. Before you
God.
made
You
it 1-1.
thought- You thought that nerfing Terran, that giving us Zerg maps, you thought it was going to make us weak. But we like it. We love the challenge. We like being hurt. It makes
Yeah.
us stronger, Papi.
Emotionally.
Give us more Pride of Altaris, Papi. Give us more.
Give us Pride of Altaris, more gold bases. More gold bases. There's not enough. Remove any closed off spaces, no ramps, no
Speed.
features.
Speed
big
up
open
the
area.
Brood Lord even faster.
Make it faster.
Make it faster.
More damage.
Get rid of the Raven. Get rid of
Make-
Cloak.
Make the Ultra as small as a Zergling.
Fast as a Zergling.
The Ultra, make it Ling
Storm
sized.
free.
Make Storm free. It already is. Well, there we go. There you go, Oliveira. That was my offer to you.
That's off. Wait,
Beautiful.
I need to get a hat just to take it off.
You know, Asher, he did not pull a no regret, okay? No regret when he refused to believe that
Didn't eat a
Rogue
shoe.
would win. He did not eat a shoe. Asher, he ate his shoe, okay?
I feel like it helped as well. I burnt my tongue on a coffee earlier today, so that did help a little bit.
Yo, like
This-
the reveal. My tongue is
Actually,
numb.
yeah.
I cannot taste
Stop
anything.
working.
Only a little bit. I definitely the first few bites were rough, but we grew to like it. It reminds me of there was some chess streamer I was watching where they had like a thing where it was like a shot collar, and if they lost a game, they had to get zapped by the shot collar. But the streamer liked it. They just enjoyed the shot collar. Anyway, could be a Terran player.
Yeah.
Yep.
We learn something new every day, and now we know something a little bit more about Asher. Oh God! But with that,
Yes.
I believe we have reached the end here of our podcast. What a way to end it!
Didn't last
You
as
know-
long as I thought it would.
Yeah. It was okay. 4 hours is it's a nice round number.
Yeah.
We did spend a lot of time talking about a surprising amount of time talking about IEM.
I
But at the
was
same time,
surprised.
I liked the conversation. I liked it. It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
Intelligent conversation.
Is
Going
there an
down.
aftertaste? Is there like a second wave coming through you, Asher? What's happening?
I think I'm okay. It was just an emotional experience.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's more of a fear.
Oh God. So with that, thanks everyone for dropping by. Thanks everyone for tuning in for another episode of the podcast.
Yeah, thanks everybody for your support. Tater Tutor here, right at the end here with all of these gift subs. We appreciate it a lot, mate. Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you, Tater Tutor. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yo, Emil? Oh wait, no, sorry, I think I read that wrong. No, wait, Emil?
Yeah, that is a meal. Yeah, that's a meal.
Oh my
That's
God. Is that the real Emil? I didn't even know. So thank you so much for the support. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're trying to make this a little bit more regular than we used to. It's been a couple of years since the podcast episode 9.
Yeah.
But whenever we have something to talk about, we'll try and come together here. If you want to see us a little bit more regularly, I believe we do have our Patreon set up in such a way to try and fund this and maybe make this like a more weekly thing. And if it does become a little bit more weekly, then we're probably going to just get into more like weekly results sort of thing as well, to try and catch everyone up with what's been happening in the world of StarCraft. If there isn't any kind of major news.
Exclamation about Patreon in the chat. Bring you the info there. Oh,
there you
Oh.
go.
Can a Patreon incentive be Asher bets?
No, this could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I feel like I've set the bar now for my tolerance a little bit too high, and the next thing's gonna be way too nasty.
You have to be like, actually, it was awful. It was horrible. I didn't like it.
It was so bad.
As you take another bite.
Yeah. What are you eating then? Nothing. Just a normal people sandwich for humans.
Oh my God. So yeah, I don't know. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to add? Yaku?
Yep.
If not, mate, where can people find more of you, Yaku? Where can they find you? Where can they find your stream?
Microsoft Word. Because that's where I'm going to be as my deadlines come up. But other than that, twitch.tv/Yakuzaku1, although I'm probably not going to be streaming anytime soon, unless I sell out, which I'm probably not going to. But yeah, you can find me over there. Twitter.com @Empora Yakuzaku is where every now and then I'll retweet something. ! Discord in the chat is probably the best place you can find me. You can also find Kuro there. You can also find Asher there. You can also find Light there. You find everyone there, Papi. We're all there. And if you're not there, then, what are you even doing?
Yeah, where are you?
Not there. I'll tell you that much.
And my other lovely co-caster that we have been featuring here, Asher. I've been streaming recently. I've been 2 days in a row. ladder streams, mate. You know, I've stepped it up. When are we getting an Asher ladder stream?
I've been thinking about it. If I wake up tomorrow,
Oh, what?
If you what? Wait, what?
if the Vegemite hasn't done its trick, the Vegemite and the ice cream, if I make it,
Okay.
It's got the B12, papi.
then maybe.
It's got
There
the
you
B12.
If Asher survives the night, where can we find you? Where can we find you, Asher?
Twitch.tv/AsherBro. It's just AsherBro, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or HasherBrother1 on Twitter as well. You know, make him tweet. Mate, when are you posting Rufus pictures? When are you posting the Rufus?
Can't be bothered.
Ah.
Mismatch. Well, then you got to
To
teach
be
him
honest
how to
with you.
take his own pictures.
I've taken a lot of pictures of him, but they just get spread out in DMs. They're too special to be shared just to everyone.
So you're saying we need to whatchamacallit?
Slip
Subscribe.
into
Yeah.
CMs, yeah.
Give me money and I'll give you Rufus pictures.
There you go. Does Rufus know you're whoring him out?
It was his idea.
Oh my god.
The money
yeah,
goes
you
all
can,
to cat food.
Beautiful. You can follow me at @_VIP on Twitch and Twitter as well. I should be streaming tomorrow. I'm trying to be regular once again with my streams, with laddering. We're doing our best to be consistent once again. And if you want some more of the CranKy Ducklings broadcast, then follow us on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, all over the place. We are going to be live once again tomorrow with ESL Open Cup Asia. Whether I'm with Yaku or maybe with Chase, whoever I am with, maybe even with Asher. We'll see if he lives. If he's alive. We'll be live with ESL Open Cup Asia as it is still going to be ongoing. Yeah, we'll do our best to bring you as much casting, as much StarCraft as we can.
Always.
Yeah. And also, our lovely production, Kuro. Hello, Kuro. Where can people find more of you as well?
You can find me in the Discord and also at Twitch TV/16squadsanseki, where I probably will not be using my voice because I ruined it again. But I may be streaming without mic. So hey, if you want to check that out, then follow me on Twitch.
Dinosaur stream.
Dinosaur.
Open the door.
Beautiful.
Get on the floor.
So thank you so much, everyone, for watching and tuning in. Again, we're going to try and make the podcast semi-regular, as often as regular as we can, and we will see you guys next time.
Yes, whatever that is. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bella.